Welcome to another exciting episode on Black Magic. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Harry Fell into the Black Lake at age 7 and the Merpeople declared him the lost underwater emperor of magic. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1. The boy who swam. Harry Potter ran as fast as his skinny 7-year-old legs could carry him. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his lungs burned with each desperate gasp of air. Behind him, the thundering footsteps of Dudley and his friends grew closer. "We're gonna get you, freak!" Dudley bellowed, his voice echoing across the school playground. Harry darted around a corner, sneakers skidding on loose gravel. 5 against 1. Those weren't good odds, especially when the 5 were all bigger than him. His mind raced frantically. The teachers had already gone inside. No adults would help him now. "Just need to hide," he muttered, adjusting his taped-up glasses as he sprinted toward a narrow gap between two school buildings. Piers Polkiss suddenly appeared at the other end of the alley, his rat-like face twisted in a cruel smile. "He's over here." Harry skidded to a halt, panic flooding his system. Trapped. Dudley and the others were closing in behind him, and Piers blocked his escape route. Harry pressed his back against the brick wall, wishing desperately he could just be somewhere, anywhere, else. The familiar strange feeling washed over him. The tightening in his chest, the tingling across his skin, the sensation of being squeezed through a very tight tube, and then, coldness. Shocking, breath-stealing coldness enveloped him completely. Harry's eyes flew open to find himself surrounded by murky green water. He flailed wildly, the sudden transition from playground to underwater so disorienting that for several seconds, he didn't even register that he was drowning. Water rushed into his mouth as he gasped in surprise. He expected pain, choking, the burn of liquid in his lungs, but instead, something extraordinary happened. The water entered his lungs, and rather than causing him to choke, it somehow worked. He was breathing underwater. What the? Harry's thoughts were a jumble of confusion as he hovered there, suspended in the strange green water. "I'm breathing, underwater." The shock of this realization made him momentarily forget the bizarre fact that he'd somehow teleported from his school in Surrey to this underwater place. He looked down at his hands, watching small bubbles escape from between his fingers as he moved them experimentally. His worn-out trainers and oversized clothes, Dudley's hand-me-downs, dragged in the water. He kicked his legs awkwardly, trying to figure out how to move. All around him was a vast expanse of murky lake water, with tall, swaying plants reaching up from below like grasping fingers. "Where am I?" Harry wondered, starting to panic again despite his miraculous ability to breathe. What happened? A shadow moved in his peripheral vision. Harry twisted around, struggling to stay upright in the water. The shadow moved again, larger this time. Something was approaching through the gloom. He squinted, his glasses somehow still perched on his nose despite the water. The shape grew clearer, and Harry's eyes widened in terror. A face, no, not quite human, emerged from the murky green. Grayish skin, wild dark green hair that moved like seaweed, and yellow eyes that gleamed with an intelligence that sent shivers down Harry's spine. More figures appeared behind the first, all with the same grayish skin and fierce yellow eyes. Their lower bodies weren't legs but powerful, silver-scaled fishtails that propelled them effortlessly through the water. Merpeople, Harry's mind supplied, though he couldn't remember ever reading about them. Perhaps it was from some documentary Dudley had been watching before Aunt Petunia switched it off, declaring it nonsense. The lead creature, a female with an elaborate shell necklace and a wicked-looking trident, swam closer to Harry, her yellow eyes narrowing as she studied him. Harry tried to back away but merely succeeded in flipping himself upside down. He righted himself awkwardly, face burning with embarrassment. The merperson spoke, but all that emerged was a horrible screeching noise that hurt Harry's ears. She frowned at his obvious lack of comprehension and gestured to one of her companions, who approached cautiously. Harry remained still, frozen in fear and fascination. These creatures could kill him easily with those tridents, yet they seemed more curious than hostile. The second merperson reached out slowly and brushed aside Harry's fringe, revealing the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The reaction was immediate and shocking. The Merpeople recoiled as though struck, their yellow eyes widening in what looked like awe. They began talking rapidly among themselves, those screeching voices creating a cacophony of underwater noise. The leader raised her hand, and silence fell immediately. She approached Harry again, this time with something like reverence in her expression. Slowly, she bowed her head and gestured for the others to do the same. Harry floated there, utterly bewildered, as a dozen Merpeople bowed to him in the murky depths of this strange lake. "I don't understand," he tried to say, but his words came out as bubbles and garbled sounds. The leader raised her head and pointed to his scar again, then to herself, then gestured widely to the lake around them. She pointed to a crude drawing on a stone tablet that one of the others had brought forward. Harry squinted at it. The drawing showed a figure, clearly human, with a jagged mark on its forehead, standing among Merpeople. Below the figure were symbols Harry couldn't read, but the meaning seemed clear enough. For whatever reason, these creatures believed his scar meant something important. The lead merperson made a beckoning gesture and began to swim away, clearly expecting Harry to follow. He hesitated. Should he go with these strange creatures? But what choice did he have? He had no idea where he was or how to get back to the surface. With awkward kicks and arm movements, Harry followed the group of Merpeople as they descended deeper into the lake. They moved with quick, fluid motions, occasionally doubling back to check on his much slower progress. One younger-looking merperson, her hair shorter and her face less severe, seemed designated to stay near him, helping correct his course when he started drifting off. As they swam deeper, Harry noticed the water growing darker. Just as he was beginning to wonder how he'd see anything, small glowing orbs appeared ahead, lights coming from what looked like a village built among the underwater plants and rock formations. Crude stone dwellings covered in algae and decorated with colorful shells formed a sprawling underwater settlement. Merpeople of all ages swam about, carrying spears, tending to what looked like underwater gardens, or weaving materials Harry couldn't identify. All activity ceased as their group approached. Yellow eyes turned to stare at Harry, who suddenly felt very self-conscious in his baggy clothes and broken glasses. Murmurs, those same screeching sounds, rippled through the gathered merfolk. The chieftainess, Harry assumed that's what she was from her elaborate decorations and the deference shown to her, led him to the center of the village, where a large stone building stood. Its entrance was decorated with intricate carvings that seemed to glow with a faint bluish light. "What is this place?" Harry tried to ask, forgetting again that they couldn't understand each other. The younger merperson who'd been helping him swim gestured to herself, then made a series of sounds that Harry guessed was her name. She repeated it several times, pointing to herself. "Nerissa?" Harry attempted, trying to approximate the sound. She nodded enthusiastically, then pointed at him questioningly. "Harry," he said, pointing to himself. "Harry Potter." Nerissa repeated his name, the sound distorted underwater but recognizable. She seemed pleased, her tail swishing excitedly. The chieftainess screeched something, and Nerissa nodded quickly before taking Harry's hand. She guided him into the large stone building, where the interior was surprisingly well lit by more of those strange glowing orbs. The walls inside were covered with paintings and carvings, elaborate scenes that Harry couldn't fully comprehend. But one image made him stop and stare. A human figure with a lightning bolt on its forehead, surrounded by Merpeople who appeared to be bowing. The figure wore what looked like a crown made of coral and pearl. Nerissa noticed his fixation and nodded vigorously, pointing to the image and then to Harry's scar. "That's supposed to be me?" he asked incredulously. She couldn't understand his words, but his tone must have conveyed his confusion. Nerissa pulled him further into the building, to where an elderly merperson sat surrounded by scrolls made of some kind of underwater parchment. This elder had a long white beard that floated around him like a cloud and eyes that seemed more silver than yellow. The elder looked up as they approached, his gaze immediately locking onto Harry's scar. Unlike the others, he didn't seem surprised. He nodded slowly, as if Harry's appearance merely confirmed something he'd long expected. From a shelf carved into the stone wall, the elder retrieved a small object. He held it out to Harry, a pendant made of a strange, opalescent material that seemed to shift colors as it caught the light from the glowing orbs. Harry hesitated, then reached out to take it. The moment his fingers touched the pendant, a jolt of energy surged through him. The pendant glowed brightly, illuminating the entire room with pulses of blue-green light. Harry gasped as knowledge poured into his mind, not specific information, but understanding. Suddenly, the screeches and clicks of the Merpeople's language started to make sense. The mark of Marinus, just as the prophecy foretold, the elder was saying, his voice now comprehensible to Harry's ears. After 1,000 years, the Emperor of the Depths returns to us. I don't understand, Harry said, surprised to hear his own voice properly despite being underwater. I'm just Harry. Harry Potter. I'm nobody special. His words caused a stir among the Merpeople who had gathered at the entrance to watch. Nerissa looked at him with wide eyes. You speak our tongue now, she said, her voice musical and young. The pendant of tongues has accepted you. The chieftainess swam forward, her powerful tail propelling her with grace Harry could only envy. I am Mercus, leader of the Black Lake colony, she introduced herself formally. And you, Harry Potter, bear the mark of Marinus, what your kind calls the scar of power. The prophecy speaks of a human child who would come to us from nowhere, breathing water as if born to it, bearing the lightning mark upon his brow. That child would reunite the underwater kingdoms and bring a new era of prosperity to merfolk everywhere. Harry's mind reeled. This had to be some bizarre dream. Any moment now, he'd wake up in his cupboard under the stairs, with Aunt Petunia rapping on the door and demanding he cook breakfast. There's been a mistake, he said, shaking his head. I'm not an emperor or whatever. I'm just a normal kid. I live with my aunt and uncle because my parents died in a car crash. There's nothing special about me. The elder merfolk exchanged significant looks. A car crash, the elder merman said, stroking his floating beard. Is that what they told you? Before Harry could ask what he meant, a commotion erupted outside. Merfolk guards swam in, escorting another figure, a human figure. An old man with a long silver beard that rivaled the elder merman's floated into the chamber, wearing magnificent purple robes that billowed around him underwater. Somehow, he too could breathe and speak in this strange environment. Ah, I see you found young Harry, the old man said pleasantly, as if meeting a child underwater in a village of Merpeople was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. I must say, this is quite unexpected. Professor Dumbledore, Chieftainess Mercus acknowledged with a nod that was respectful but notably less deferential than the bows Harry had received. You are trespassing in our domain. My apologies, Chieftainess, the man, Dumbledore, said with a slight bow. But when my instruments showed that Harry Potter had vanished from his home and reappeared in the Black Lake, I was naturally concerned. I came as quickly as I could. Harry stared at the strange old man. You know me? Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles as he regarded Harry. Indeed I do, my boy. I knew your parents well. I was actually the one who placed you with your aunt and uncle after your parents died. They didn't die in a car crash, did they? Harry asked quietly, the elder merman's reaction suddenly making sense. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. No, Harry, they did not. But that is a conversation for another time. Right now, we need to figure out how you came to be here, breathing underwater, and apparently being hailed as some sort of underwater emperor. The boy stays, Chieftainess Mercus declared firmly, her trident thumping against the stone floor for emphasis. The prophecy is clear. He bears the mark of Marinus. I believe you are referring to his scar, Dumbledore said calmly. That mark has its own significance in our world, chieftainess. Harry must return to the surface. He has family there, family who lied to him. Nerissa interjected boldly, then shrank back when the adults turned to look at her. The young one speaks truth, the elder merman said. The boy breathes water naturally, a gift not seen in 1,000 years. The pendant of tongues accepted him. These are not coincidences, Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked between the arguing adults, feeling overwhelmed. Part of him wanted to return to the surface, to the world he knew, even if that meant going back to the Dursleys. But another part, a part that grew stronger by the minute, was intrigued by this underwater world and the possibility that he might actually belong somewhere. What if, Harry started, then spoke louder when they didn't hear him. What if I stay for a while? Just to learn about, all this? He gestured vaguely around him. Both Dumbledore and Mercus looked surprised by his suggestion. Harry, your safety, Dumbledore began. Would be guaranteed, Mercus cut in. No harm comes to the Emperor in our domain. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps a compromise. Harry could spend some time here, learning your ways, but he must also continue his education in surface matters. And I would require regular confirmation of his well-being. Harry watched the negotiation with growing excitement. No one was asking what the Dursleys would think. No one was saying he couldn't possibly breathe underwater or understand merfolk language. For once in his life, strange things were happening, and adults were taking him seriously. I want to stay, Harry said firmly. At least for now. I want to learn about this place, about why they think I'm some emperor, and, he turned to Dumbledore, about my parents. The truth about them. Dumbledore sighed but nodded. Very well, Harry. I can see your mind is made up. But there are things you must know, preparations that must be made. The magical world, yes, magic is quite real, has believed you safely hidden these past 6 years. Your emergence, especially in such unusual circumstances, will cause quite a stir. Magic is real. Harry whispered, though after teleporting to a lake and discovering he could breathe underwater, it seemed silly to be surprised. Quite real, Dumbledore confirmed with a smile. And you, my boy, have already shown remarkable aptitude for it. Not many wizards could survive underwater without aid, let alone at your age. Wizard? Me? Indeed. As were your parents before you. Quite talented ones at that. Harry's mind spun with questions, but before he could ask any of them, the elder merman spoke. The boy must be instructed in our ways immediately. Nerissa will be his guide and first companion. She is young but knows our history well. Nerissa straightened proudly at this acknowledgement. I shall return in 3 days' time, Dumbledore said. We have much to discuss, Harry, but I believe giving you time to adjust to these revelations is wise. He turned to Mercus. I trust you will keep him safe. With our lives, the chieftainess responded solemnly. And just like that, Harry Potter's life changed completely. Again. The first night underwater was the strangest of Harry's young life. After Dumbledore departed, simply vanishing with a swirl of his robes and a friendly wave, the Merpeople set about making Harry comfortable in his new home. They prepared a chamber for him in a smaller dwelling attached to the great stone building. The room was sparsely furnished by human standards, a bed-like structure made from a material that felt like firm sponge, shelves carved from stone, and those ever-present glowing orbs providing gentle light. How do you sleep underwater? Harry asked Nerissa, who had been appointed his official guide and companion. The same way you do on land, I imagine, she replied with a musical laugh. You close your eyes and drift off. But I'll float away. Nerissa considered this problem, then swam away, returning moments later with what looked like a net made of soft, plant-based material. We use these for the youngest fry, she explained, helping to secure it over the bed-like structure. It will keep you in place while you sleep. Harry thanked her, though he doubted he'd get much sleep with everything that had happened. His mind buzzed with questions about magic, his parents, the prophecy, and this underwater world he'd literally dropped into. "Nerissa," he said as she prepared to leave. "Why me? Why do they think I'm this emperor?" She paused at the entrance, her tail swishing thoughtfully. "The prophecy speaks of a human child with the mark of Marinus who can breathe underwater naturally. No human has been able to do that since Emperor Marinus himself, 1,000 years ago. He united the underwater kingdoms and brought peace to merfolk everywhere. But what happened to him? He returned to the surface world to fight in a great wizard war. The stories say he promised to return in our time of need, that his heir would bear his mark." She gestured to Harry's scar. "When he left, the kingdoms fractured again. We've been waiting for the prophecy to fulfill itself ever since." Harry touched his scar self-consciously. "But I got this when my parents died. It's not some ancient emperor mark." Nerissa shrugged, a graceful movement underwater. "Perhaps the two are connected in ways we don't understand. The elder believes magic works in patterns, that significant marks appear for significant reasons." She smiled encouragingly. "Try to rest. Tomorrow, we begin your education in our ways." With that, she swam away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He crawled under the strange net, surprised to find it comfortable rather than restrictive. The gentle glow from the light orbs cast soothing patterns across the stone walls. "I'm a wizard," he thought, the idea still feeling foreign and fantastic. "My parents were wizards too, not drunks who died in a car crash. And now I'm living underwater with merpeople who think I'm some prophesied emperor." It was all so overwhelming that his mind simply couldn't process it anymore. Despite his certainty that he'd lie awake all night, Harry drifted off to sleep within minutes, lulled by the gentle currents flowing through his new underwater home. Harry woke to Nerissa poking his shoulder excitedly. "Wake up, Emperor. Your first day of learning begins." Harry groaned and tried to roll over, only to find himself tangled in the sleep net. "Don't call me Emperor," he mumbled, working to free himself. "Just Harry." "Just Harry," then, Nerissa agreed, helping him out of the netting. "Are all surface dwellers so slow to wake?" Once Harry was properly awake, he realized a problem he hadn't considered the night before. Nerissa? What do I do about, bathroom things?" Nerissa looked confused for a moment, then understanding dawned. "Oh. You mean waste elimination? Follow me." She led him to a small alcove where water flowed in a distinctive current. "The stream carries waste away from the village," she explained matter-of-factly. "Just position yourself in the current when you need to go." Harry's face burned with embarrassment, but he nodded his understanding. Surface modesty clearly wasn't a thing underwater. After taking care of his morning needs and eating a breakfast of some kind of seaweed preparation, which tasted better than it looked, Harry's education began in earnest. The elder merman, whose name was Chorus, took charge of his historical education. Through a combination of oral storytelling, ancient scrolls, and the wall carvings Harry had noticed earlier, Chorus explained the history of merpeople and their connection to the wizard world. Long ago, merfolk lived in the oceans, not lakes, Chorus explained, pointing to a carving showing merpeople swimming in what appeared to be deeper, clearer waters. "We were numerous and powerful, with kingdoms stretching across all the seas. Emperor Marinus, a human wizard who could breathe underwater like you, united these kingdoms after centuries of war." "Was he born able to breathe underwater?" Harry asked. "The stories differ," Chorus admitted. "Some say he was blessed by the sea gods, others that he created a permanent magical transformation. What matters is that he could live among us as one of us, while still retaining his human magic." "And he had a mark like mine?" Harry touched his scar. Chorus nodded, pointing to another carving that showed a figure with a jagged mark across its forehead. "The mark of Marinus, symbol of his connection to both worlds." Harry studied the carving carefully. The mark did look similar to his scar, though less precise, more like a general lightning bolt shape than his distinct, thin line. What happened to the ocean kingdoms? Harry asked, noting that they now lived in a lake. Chorus's expression darkened. After Emperor Marinus left, the kingdoms fell into disarray again. Then came the Great Persecution. Surface wizards, fearing our magic and coveting our treasures, hunted us nearly to extinction. Those who survived fled to isolated bodies of water, lakes and remote sea caves, where wizard settlements offered some protection. Is that why you're here? At this lake? Yes. This is the Black Lake, part of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's grounds. The old human wizard who visited you, Dumbledore, is the school's headmaster. He enforces the treaty that protects us from those who would do us harm. The history lesson continued through the morning, with Harry learning about Merfolk's social structure, clan-based, with the chieftainess elected by a council of elders, their magic, primarily focused on water manipulation, healing, and communication with aquatic creatures, and their customs. After the history lesson came practical training. A fierce-looking merman named Kelpius taught Harry how to swim properly with strong, efficient movements. No, no, no. Kelpius barked as Harry floundered attempting a somersault. You move from your core, not just your limbs. Watch Nerissa. The young merfolk princess demonstrated again, her tail propelling her in a perfect arc. Harry tried to mimic the movement using his legs together, but without a tail, it was challenging. He doesn't have a tail, Kelpius, Nerissa pointed out. Maybe he needs a different technique. Kelpius scowled. Emperor or not, he must learn to move efficiently underwater. Enemies won't wait while he flails about like a stunned Grindylow. Enemies? Harry asked, slightly alarmed. The lake holds many dangers, Kelpius said gravely. Grindylows, the giant squid, and not all merfolk are pleased with a surface dweller claiming the emperor's title. I didn't claim anything. Harry protested. You all decided I was this emperor person. Kelpius's yellow eyes narrowed. Indeed. And there are those who question whether the council has interpreted the prophecy correctly. He gestured to Harry's scar. A mark gained from a surface wizard's attack is not necessarily the mark of Marinus. Nerissa swam between them protectively. The pendant of tongues accepted him. That alone confirms his status. Kelpius bowed stiffly. Of course, Princess. I merely advise caution and thorough training. He turned back to Harry. Again. This time, use your arms to steer and your legs for power. The swimming lessons continued until Harry was exhausted but considerably more adept at moving underwater. He could now change direction without tumbling, control his ascent and descent, and even manage a reasonable burst of speed when needed. As they rested afterward, Harry noticed Nerissa watching him curiously. What? He asked, feeling self-conscious. Your clothes, she said, poking at his waterlogged t-shirt. They drag in the water. Why do surface dwellers wear so much? Harry looked down at Dudley's old clothes, which indeed billowed awkwardly underwater. The merfolk wore minimal coverings, decorative shells and woven plant materials that left much of their humanoid torsos bare. On the surface, we need clothes for warmth and, privacy, Harry explained, blushing slightly. Nerissa seemed to find this amusing but nodded understandingly. We'll make you proper underwater garments. More streamlined. After lunch, more seaweed, this time with some kind of fish. Chieftainess Merpeople herself arrived to oversee Harry's magical education. The magic of merfolk differs from your wizard magic, she explained, leading Harry and Nerissa to a quiet corner of the village. We do not use wands or incantations. Our magic flows through our connection to water itself. But I don't have merfolk magic, Harry pointed out. I'm human. Merpeople smiled knowingly. Emperor Marinus was human too, yet he mastered our ways. The very fact that you breathe water shows your potential. She instructed Harry to hold out his hands, palms up. When he did, she placed a small glowing orb of water in them. Feel the water, she instructed. Not with your hands, but with your magic. Sense its flow, its life. Harry stared at the glowing orb, feeling slightly foolish. How was he supposed to sense anything magical? He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. At first, nothing happened. The orb just sat in his palms, cool and wet. But as he focused, letting his mind empty of everything except the sensation of water against his skin, he began to feel something. A subtle vibration, a current of energy flowing within the orb. I feel something, he said hesitantly. Like it's alive somehow. Good, Mercus encouraged. Now, try to direct that energy. Imagine the water rising from your palms. Harry focused on the vibration he felt, imagining it moving upward. To his astonishment, when he opened his eyes, the water orb was hovering an inch above his palms, wobbling slightly but definitely defying gravity. I'm doing it, he exclaimed excitedly, promptly losing concentration. The orb splashed back onto his hands and dissipated into the surrounding water. An excellent first attempt, Mercus said, sounding genuinely impressed. Most mere children take weeks to achieve even that much control. Nerissa clapped her hands delightedly. I told you he was the one. No ordinary human could do that on their first try. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon practicing this basic water manipulation. By the time the light began to fade, he could tell from the dimming illumination filtering down from the lake's surface, he could consistently levitate the water orb and even move it in simple patterns. Your magic is strong, Mercus observed. But wild, untamed. You will need discipline to master it fully. That evening, as Harry sat with Nerissa and other young merfolk, sharing a meal and listening to their stories, he felt a strange contentment. Despite the bizarre circumstances, despite being underwater in a village of fish people who thought he was their prophesied emperor, he felt at home. No one here called him freak or boy. No one made him feel unwanted or abnormal for strange things happening around him. In fact, they celebrated his differences. Tell us about the surface world, one young merperson asked eagerly. Is it true humans keep fish in tiny water prisons? You mean aquariums? Harry laughed. I guess some do. My aunt never let me have pets though. What's a pet? Another asked, confused by the concept. Harry tried to explain the idea of keeping animals as companions, which the mere children found both fascinating and slightly disturbing. So they're not for eating, one clarified. Just for looking at and touching. Well, when you put it like that, it does sound weird, Harry admitted. Nerissa nudged him playfully. Surface dwellers are strange. Says the girl with a fish tail, Harry retorted, causing the group to erupt in laughter. As the evening wore on, Harry found himself yawning. The day's excitement and exertion had finally caught up with him. Time for the Emperor to rest, Nerissa announced, helping Harry back to his chamber. I told you, just call me Harry, he reminded her sleepily. Harry, then, she agreed as they reached his door. Tomorrow we explore the lake borders. There's so much more to show you. Harry nodded, crawling under his sleep net. Nerissa. Thanks for being nice to me. This is all really weird, but you make it less scary. She smiled, her yellow eyes glowing warmly in the dim light. You're welcome, Harry. Sleep well. As he drifted off to sleep, Harry thought about the Dursleys. Were they looking for him? Did they even care that he was gone? And what about this Dumbledore person, would he really come back in 3 days? Part of Harry hoped the old wizard would forget about him, let him stay in this underwater world where he was special and wanted. But another part, the practical part, knew that eventually, he'd have to face the surface world again. For now, though, he was content to let the gentle current rock him to sleep, dreaming of water orbs dancing at his command and ancient emperors with lightning scars. The next 2 days passed in a blur of lessons and explorations. Harry's swimming improved dramatically, to the point where even the critical Kelpius offered grudging praise. His water manipulation skills progressed as well, he could now form the water into basic shapes and move them with increasing precision. On the afternoon of the third day, Nerissa took him to explore the outer boundaries of the merfolk territory. They swam through forests of tall, swaying water plants and past clusters of glittering fish that scattered at their approach. The giant squid lives in the deepest part of the lake, Nerissa explained, pointing to a dark abyss in the distance. He's mostly harmless, but we avoid disturbing him. Mostly harmless? Harry asked skeptically. He's crushed a few unwary swimmers, she admitted. But only when provoked. They swam along the lake bottom, where Harry discovered all manner of strange objects half buried in the silt, old bottles, tarnished coins, even what looked like a wristwatch. Surface dwellers throw things into the lake, Nerissa explained. Sometimes as offerings, sometimes just to discard them. We collect the interesting ones. Harry dug out the watch, wiping away the muck. To his surprise, it started ticking as soon as he touched it. Wizard-made, Nerissa observed. Many magical items respond to a wizard's touch. Harry strapped the watch to his wrist, pleased with his first-ever personal possession that wasn't a hand-me-down from Dudley. As they continued their exploration, they approached the shallower parts of the lake where sunlight filtered down more strongly. Harry could make out the shoreline and, in the distance, the silhouette of an enormous castle perched on a cliff. Is that Hogwarts? Nerissa confirmed. The wizard school. That's where you'll go someday, according to Dumbledore. It's massive, Harry breathed, taking in the countless towers and turrets. And full of wizards and witches. Hundreds of them. Young ones, learning magic just as you're learning ours. She hesitated, then added, will you forget about us when you go there? When you rejoin the surface world? Harry turned to her, surprised by the vulnerability in her usually confident voice. Of course not. This is my home now too. Before Nerissa could respond, a shadow fell over them. Looking up, Harry saw a boat crossing the lake's surface. Silhouetted against the bright sky was a familiar bearded figure. Dumbledore, Harry said. He's back. They watched as the boat stopped directly above them. Moments later, Dumbledore descended through the water, moving as easily as if he were walking downstairs. Unlike Harry and the merfolk, he was surrounded by a bubble of air that moved with him. Good afternoon, Harry, Princess Nerissa, he greeted them cheerfully once he was close enough. I see you're exploring your new domain. Hello, sir, Harry replied politely. Are you here to take me back? Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. Not permanently, no. But we do have matters to discuss. Shall we return to the village? As they swam back, Harry marveled at how easily Dumbledore kept pace despite being enclosed in his air bubble. The old wizard noticed his curious gaze. A simple bubblehead charm, modified for full-body use, Dumbledore explained. Most wizards require such assistance underwater, unlike your remarkable natural ability. Back at the village, they gathered in the central stone building. Chieftainess Mercus, Elder Chorus, and several other important-looking merfolk joined them. Harry has made exceptional progress, Mercus reported. His control of water magic exceeds expectations. Excellent, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. And his swimming? Adequate, Kelpius grunted from the corner. For a human. Dumbledore smiled. High praise indeed, from what I understand of Swimmaster Kelpius's standards. He turned to Harry, his expression growing more serious. Now, Harry, I promise to tell you about your parents and how you came to bear that scar. Are you ready to hear it? Harry nodded, suddenly nervous but desperate to know the truth. Your parents, James and Lily Potter, were exceptional wizards, Dumbledore began. They fought against a dark wizard, the most terrible of our age, whose name most of our kind fear to speak. He is called Lord Voldemort. The name caused a ripple of discomfort among the merfolk. Even here, his name carries weight, Mercus observed grimly. Dumbledore nodded. His influence extended to many magical communities. When your parents defied him 3 times, he marked them for death. On Halloween night, when you were just 1 year old, he found your family in hiding. He killed your father, then your mother, but when he tried to kill you, something extraordinary happened. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, rebounded. It struck Voldemort instead, destroying his body and power. You survived with nothing but that scar, and in doing so, you became famous in our world. The boy who lived, they call you. Harry struggled to process this information. His parents murdered, not killed in an accident. A dark wizard trying to kill him as a baby. Him, famous. But, why me? Why did he want to kill a baby? Dumbledore hesitated. That is a more complicated question, one best saved for when you're a bit older. Harry frowned, dissatisfied with this answer, but Elder Chorus spoke before he could protest. The timing of the attack, it coincides with the constellation alignment mentioned in our prophecy. The old merman stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps this dark wizard's mark was meant to identify the Emperor. Magic works in patterns, as I have often said. An interesting theory, Dumbledore acknowledged. Regardless of its origin, Harry's scar is indeed significant in both our worlds. What happened to Vold, to the Dark Wizard? Harry asked. Many believe he died that night, Dumbledore said carefully. I believe he was merely defeated, weakened to the point of near death, but not beyond the possibility of return. Which is why your safety has been my primary concern these past years. Is that why you left me with the Dursleys? Harry couldn't keep the accusation from his voice. They hate me. They told me my parents died drunk in a car crash. Dumbledore's eyes filled with regret. I left you with them for protection, Harry. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful magical protection that lives in your blood, blood you share with your aunt. As long as you call her home your home, that protection shields you from Voldemort and his followers. But I don't want to go back there, Harry said firmly. I want to stay here. A tense silence fell over the chamber. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. I believe we can arrange a compromise. You could divide your time, some with the merfolk, some at your aunt and uncle's. The blood protection requires your presence there for a portion of each year, but not continuously. Harry considered this. Even a reduced time with the Dursleys sounded awful, but if it meant he could stay with the merfolk most of the year, it might be worth it. Would I still be able to go to Hogwarts when I'm older? He asked. Most certainly, Dumbledore assured him. Every young witch and wizard in Britain receives their Hogwarts letter at age 11. Yours will come in 4 years' time. And I can continue learning merfolk magic too. Chieftainess Mercus nodded. It is your birthright as the Emperor. Harry took a deep breath. Okay. But I want to explain things to the Dursleys myself. They need to know I'm not just a freak. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with something like anger at Harry's word choice, but he nodded. I shall accompany you when you return. Perhaps it's time Petunia and Vernon Dursley understood exactly who they've been harboring. With the major decisions made, they discussed the practical arrangements. Harry would spend weekdays with the merfolk, weekends with the Dursleys, with Dumbledore providing magical transportation between the two. During summer months, he would spend 3 weeks with the Dursleys to maintain the blood protection, then return to the lake. Tomorrow, we will return to Surrey, Dumbledore said. For today, enjoy your time here. After the meeting disbanded, Harry sought out Nerissa, who had been waiting anxiously outside. I'm staying, he told her excitedly. Mostly, anyway. I have to go back sometimes for protection magic, but this is my home now. Nerissa beamed, grabbing his hand and pulling him into an impromptu spin through the water. I knew you were meant to be here. Come on, there's one more place I want to show you before you have to leave tomorrow. She led him to a secluded part of the village he hadn't visited before. A small stone structure stood apart from the others, its entrance carved with the same lightning symbol as his scar. "This is the Emperor's sanctum," Nerissa explained reverently. "It's been sealed since Marinus left. Only the true Emperor can open it." Harry approached cautiously. "How am I supposed to open it?" "Touch the mark," she suggested. Harry reached out, placing his fingertips against the carved lightning bolt. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the stone began to glow with the same blue-green light as the pendant that had allowed him to understand Mermish. The door slid open with a grinding sound, revealing a small chamber within. Harry and Nerissa entered cautiously. Inside was a single pedestal, upon which rested a trident unlike any Harry had seen the merfolk carrying. Made of a strange silvery metal that seemed to flow like liquid even though it held its shape, it gleamed in the dim light. "The trident of Marinus," Nerissa whispered in awe. "The symbol of the Emperor's power." Harry approached it hesitantly. "Should I touch it?" "It's yours by right," she replied. Taking a deep breath, Harry reached out and grasped the trident. Immediately, a surge of power rushed through him. The trident shrunk, reshaping itself into a bracelet that clasped around his wrist. "It acknowledges you," Nerissa breathed. "It will grow to full size when needed, but remain hidden otherwise." That's how Marinus carried it among surface dwellers. Harry stared at the silvery bracelet, feeling its power humming against his skin. "This is really happening, isn't it? I'm really some underwater emperor." "You're Harry," Nerissa said, echoing his earlier words to her. "Harry who happens to be Emperor of the Depths." Harry smiled, touching the bracelet. Whatever challenges lay ahead, returning to the Dursleys, balancing two completely different worlds, eventually attending Hogwarts, at least he now had something the Dursleys could never take away. He had magic, he had a heritage, and he had a place where he truly belonged. "Let's go tell the others," he suggested. "I want to make the most of today before I have to face the surface world again." As they swam back toward the village center, Harry realized that for the first time in his life, he was looking forward to the future. His life had changed dramatically in just 3 days, and somehow, he knew this was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey. The next morning, Harry prepared for his return to the surface world. The merfolk had crafted him new clothing, a simple tunic made from specially treated underwater plants that would dry quickly once exposed to air. Around his neck hung the pendant of tongues, and on his wrist, the trident of Marinus disguised as a silver bracelet. "Remember your breathing exercises," Mercus instructed as they gathered at the village edge. "You must consciously transition between water and air breathing." Harry nodded, having practiced this several times the previous evening. Though breathing underwater came naturally to him now, shifting back to air required concentration. "I'll come back in 5 days," he promised Nerissa, who looked downcast despite her attempts to appear cheerful. "We'll continue your training then," she said, forcing a smile. "Don't let the surface dwellers make you forget who you are." "Never," Harry assured her, touching his bracelet. Dumbledore arrived, his bubble charm allowing him to float down from above. "Ready, Harry?" With final goodbyes to the gathered merfolk, Harry followed Dumbledore upward toward the gleaming surface of the Black Lake. As they ascended, Harry thought about all that had happened, from running from Dudley to becoming an underwater emperor in just a few days. His life had changed completely, and now he was about to change it again by confronting the Dursleys with the truth. They broke the surface, and Harry consciously shifted his breathing, coughing slightly as his lungs expelled water and took in air again. The morning sun was bright, making him squint after days in the softer underwater light. "Welcome back to the surface world, Harry," Dumbledore said, helping him into the small boat waiting for them. "Your journey has only just begun." Harry looked back at the dark waters of the lake, where he knew Nerissa and the others were watching. Then he turned to face the shore, ready to confront the Dursleys and begin his new life divided between two worlds. "I'm ready," he said, and meant it. Chapter 2, Between Two Worlds, Harry Potter. Get your head out of the clouds and focus on your opponent. I snapped back to attention just in time to see a trident slicing through the water toward my face. With a quick twist of my body and a flick of my wrist, I conjured a shield of hardened water that deflected the attack. "Sorry, Master Kelpius," I called, readjusting my position in the water. "Won't happen again." Kelpius scowled, his yellow eyes narrowing as he circled me. Even after 3 years, the stern merman still treated our training sessions like I was preparing for war rather than learning self-defense. "The surface world has made you soft," he growled, lunging again with frightening speed. "Your enemies won't give you time to daydream about dry land." I dodged his second attack more gracefully, my body moving through the water with the practiced ease that came from 3 years of living part-time as a merfolk emperor. At 10 years old, I'd mastered the basics of underwater movement so thoroughly that I barely thought about it anymore. I wasn't daydreaming about dry land, I shot back, summoning a current that pushed against Kelpius, forcing him to brace himself. I was thinking about Hogwarts. "My letter comes next year." Kelpius snorted, sending a stream of bubbles from his gills. "Wizard school. As if you need their wand waving when you command the waters themselves." Our sparring continued across the training grounds, a sandy clearing surrounded by tall seaweed that served as the merfolk equivalent of a gym. A small audience had gathered to watch, including several younger merchildren who gasped whenever I managed a particularly impressive move against their intimidating combat master. After nearly an hour of intense training, Kelpius finally called a halt. "Enough for today. Your defensive magic has improved, but your attention wanders too easily. Meditate on focus before our next session." I nodded respectfully, trying not to show how exhausted I felt. 3 years of training with the Merpeople had built my endurance far beyond that of a normal 10-year-old, but Kelpius always pushed me to my limits and beyond. As the training session broke up, a familiar figure swam quickly toward me, her silver-green tail flashing in the filtered sunlight. "Nerissa." I grinned as my best friend arrived, carrying what looked like a bundle of seaweed. "You did great," she said, handing me the bundle, which turned out to be lunch. "I saw that water wall you created. Very impressive." I unwrapped the package to find my favorite underwater meal, filleted lake trout wrapped in seasoned kelp. "Thanks." "Kelpius still thinks I'm hopeless, though." "Kelpius thinks everyone is hopeless," she laughed, settling beside me on a smooth rock. At 13, Nerissa had grown into her role as princess of the Black Lake colony with grace and confidence. Her dark green hair now reached past her shoulders, adorned with shimmering shells that denoted her royal status. We ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching the daily life of the mervillage continue around us. After 3 years, I'd become a fixture in the community, not quite merfolk but accepted as their emperor nonetheless. My dual life between the underwater kingdom and the surface world had fallen into a strange but workable routine. "You're going up today, right?" Nerissa asked, trying to sound casual but not quite succeeding. "Yeah, Remus is expecting me." I glanced upward, where the surface of the Black Lake shimmered like a distant ceiling. "He's teaching me about defensive magic, the wizard kind." Nerissa's expression grew slightly troubled. "You spend more time up there lately." "Just trying to prepare for next year," I explained. "When I start at Hogwarts, I need to know enough to not look completely clueless." "You're the Emperor of the Depths," she reminded me with a nudge to my ribs. "You don't need to impress surface wizards." I laughed. "Try telling that to Professor McGonagall when I can't turn a match into a needle." After finishing our lunch, I swam with Nerissa toward the village center to check in with Chieftainess Mercus before heading to the surface. The mervillage had expanded over the past 3 years, with new dwellings constructed to accommodate a small influx of merfolk from other lakes who had heard rumors of the Emperor's return. We found Mercus in the council chamber, deep in conversation with Elder Chorus and, to my surprise, Kelpius. "Ah, young Emperor," Mercus greeted me formally, though her eyes held the warmth that had developed between us over the years. "We were just discussing matters that concern you." "Is something wrong?" I asked, immediately alert. Council meetings typically didn't include the combat master unless security issues were involved. Not wrong, precisely, Elder Chorus said, his white beard floating around him like a cloud. But concerning. Tell me, have you noticed anything unusual near the eastern boundary of our territory? I thought for a moment. The water's been colder there lately. And the Grindylows seem agitated, they're staying closer to their caves. Kelpius exchanged a significant look with Mercus. His observation skills have improved, at least. What's going on? Nerissa asked, her tail swishing anxiously. Mercus sighed, creating a small current that rustled the scrolls on the stone table. There have been disturbances. The giant squid has been unusually active, and 3 of our scouts reported unusual currents coming from the deepest trench. The forgotten depths, Elder Chorus intoned solemnly. No merfolk has ventured there in centuries. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the lake's temperature. I'd heard stories about the forgotten depths, a trench so deep that even merfolk couldn't withstand the pressure. Ancient legends claimed it housed creatures from before the time of Emperor Marinus. You think something's down there? I asked. Something dangerous? We are uncertain, Mercus admitted. But the water speaks of change, of movement where there should be none. I unconsciously touched the silver bracelet on my wrist, the trident of Marinus in its disguised form. In 3 years, I'd only had to transform it to its true shape a handful of times, mostly during training. I'll check it out before I go to the surface, I offered. Absolutely not, Kelpius barked. The Emperor does not venture into unknown danger without proper protection. I'll go with him, Nerissa volunteered immediately. Elder Chorus shook his head. 2 younglings would not improve the situation. We're not sending scouts to investigate further, Mercus decided. For now, we will establish a perimeter and warn everyone to avoid the eastern boundaries. If the disturbances increase, we will consult with Dumbledore. I wanted to protest but knew from experience when Mercus had made up her mind. Instead, I nodded respectfully. I should head to the surface then. Remus will be waiting. Give our regards to the wolf wizard, Mercus said. And remember, you are expected at tomorrow's blessing of the current ceremony. I wouldn't miss it, I promised, bowing formally to the council before departing with Nerissa. As we swam toward the designated surface point, a secluded cove where I could emerge without being spotted by Hogwarts students, Nerissa broke the silence. We're going to check out the eastern boundary, aren't we? I grinned at how well she knew me. Just a quick look. I'll be careful. We'll be careful, she corrected. I'm coming too. I knew better than to argue with Nerissa when she used that tone. In 3 years of friendship, I'd learned that the merfolk princess was every bit as stubborn as I was, maybe more so. We changed direction, swimming east instead of north. The water gradually grew cooler as we approached the boundary of merfolk territory. The vibrant underwater life that characterized the central regions of the Black Lake became sparser, fewer fish, darker plants, and an increasing sense of something not quite right. Feel that? Nerissa whispered as we paused behind a large rock formation. I nodded, extending my senses into the water as Mercus had taught me. The currents felt wrong, flowing against the natural patterns of the lake, creating subtle eddies and pressure changes that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. It's coming from there, I pointed toward a dark crevice in the lake bed, where the floor dropped away sharply into impenetrable blackness. The legendary Forgotten Depths. We approached cautiously, staying close to the rocky outcroppings for cover. As we got closer, I felt a strange vibration in the water, almost like a very deep, very slow heartbeat. Harry, Nerissa grabbed my arm suddenly, pointing. Look! At first, I couldn't see what had alarmed her. Then I noticed it, a faint glow emanating from the depths of the trench, pulsing in rhythm with the vibrations I felt. That's not natural, I muttered, squinting to see better in the gloom. We should go back and report this, Nerissa said, her yellow eyes wide with concern. Before I could agree, a sudden violent current surged upward from the trench, catching us both off guard. The force of it sent us tumbling backward through the water. I managed to grab Nerissa's hand before we could be separated, using my water manipulation magic to stabilize our position. When the current subsided, we found ourselves staring at an enormous, luminescent tentacle emerging from the trench, far larger than any belonging to the giant squid. "What is that?" Nerissa gasped. The tentacle, glowing with an eerie blue-green light, waved lazily in the water as if sensing its surroundings. Then, slowly, it retreated back into the darkness. "We need to tell Mercus," I said urgently, already pulling Nerissa away from the trench. That was no ordinary creature. We swam back toward the village at top speed, not slowing until we were well within the safe boundaries of Merfolk territory. "You're going to be late meeting Remus," Nerissa pointed out as we approached the village. I glanced upward, gauging the light filtering down from the surface. "He'll understand when we tell him what we saw." You want me to come to the surface with you?" Nerissa had never accompanied me above water before, though she'd often expressed curiosity about the world I described to her. "Why not? You should meet Remus. He's been asking about you anyway." Nerissa looked surprised and pleased. "Really? The wolf wizard asks about me?" "All the time," I confirmed. "Besides, we both need to tell Mercus what we saw, and then we can head straight to the surface." We found Mercus still in the council chamber, now alone with her scrolls and maps. Her expression grew grave as we described the pulsing glow and the massive tentacle. "It is as I feared," she said when we finished. "The Ancient One stirs." "The Ancient One?" I repeated. Elder Chorus swam into the chamber, having overheard our conversation. "A creature older than Merfolk memory," he explained, his voice quavering slightly. "The histories speak of it sleeping in the forgotten depths since before Emperor Marinus's time." "What exactly is it?" I asked. "The records are unclear," Mercus admitted. "Some call it the Kraken of the depths, others the Leviathan of dark waters. What we know is that its awakening has always heralded great change, and great danger." "Why is it waking up now?" Nerissa asked. Chorus and Mercus exchanged troubled glances. "The legends connect its sleep and waking cycles to powerful magic," Chorus said cautiously. "Some believe it responds to the presence of the Emperor." "Great. So this was my fault somehow. I need to learn more about it," I decided. Maybe Remus or Dumbledore would know something from wizard legends. "A wise approach," Mercus nodded. "Take Princess Nerissa with you if she wishes to go. Two perspectives may yield better insights." Nerissa's eyes widened with excitement. "I can go." "Really?" "You have my permission," Mercus confirmed. "But be cautious. The surface world is not always kind to our kind." After gathering a few supplies and explaining to Nerissa how to transition from water to air breathing, something that came naturally to me but would be challenging for a pure merfolk, we set off for the surface meeting point. "Remember," I instructed as we approached the cove, "it'll feel strange at first. Just focus on drawing air into your lungs instead of filtering water." "I've practiced the theory," Nerissa said confidently. "The royal bloodline has stronger air adaptations than most merfolk." We surfaced in the secluded cove where a familiar figure waited on the shore. Remus Lupin sat on a flat rock, reading a book that he closed when he spotted us. Even from a distance, I could see his scarred face break into a warm smile. "Harry." I was beginning to worry. He paused, noticing Nerissa beside me. "And you've brought a friend?" I helped Nerissa toward the shallow water where she could sit comfortably while adjusting to air breathing. Her first few breaths were gasping and awkward, but she quickly adapted, her gills sealing as her human respiratory system took over. "Remus, this is Princess Nerissa," I introduced them as we reached the shore. "Nerissa, this is Remus Lupin. The wolf wizard," she said between experimental breaths. "Harry speaks highly of you." Remus looked momentarily startled at her directness but recovered quickly. "The honor is mine, Princess." Harry has told me much about you as well. Now on land, the transformation in Nerissa became more apparent. Her silver-green tail, while still present, had taken on a more fabric-like appearance, an adaptation that merfolk royalty could manage for short periods on land. It wasn't quite human legs, but it allowed limited movement along the shore. We saw something in the lake, I explained to Remus. Something big and definitely not normal. Remus's expression grew serious as I described our encounter at the Forgotten Depths. When I mentioned the Ancient One, he frowned thoughtfully. There are wizard legends about lake guardians, ancient magical creatures that form symbiotic relationships with powerful magical locations, he said. Hogwarts certainly qualifies as such a location. But why is it waking up now? I asked. The merfolk think it might have something to do with me, with the Emperor of the Depths returning. Remus led us to a small campsite he'd set up nearby, offering Nerissa a blanket to keep her tail moist and pouring hot tea from a thermos. It's possible, he said, handing us each a mug. Magical creatures often respond to shifts in magical power. Your presence in the lake, especially as you've grown stronger in both merfolk and wizard magic, could have disturbed whatever equilibrium kept this creature dormant. So it is my fault, I sighed. Not fault, Harry, Remus corrected gently. Consequence, perhaps, but not fault. You didn't choose to become the Emperor any more than you chose to be the boy who lived. The boy who lived, Nerissa repeated with interest. That's what surface wizards call you, right? Because you survived the death curse. The killing curse, Remus corrected. Avada Kedavra. And yes, Harry is quite famous in our world, though he's been missing from it for 3 years now. Not missing, I protested. Just, living differently than everyone expected. Remus chuckled. Indeed. Dumbledore has done an admirable job keeping your unique living situation private, but once you start at Hogwarts next year, everyone will know, I finished. At least, they'll know I'm back. Not about the merfolk or being their emperor. Speaking of which, Remus said, reaching into his worn leather bag. I've brought the books on wizard defensive magic I promised, plus something extra I thought might interest you. He pulled out several books and a rolled parchment that he spread carefully on a flat rock. It was an ancient-looking map of Hogwarts and its grounds, including the Black Lake. This is one of the oldest known maps of Hogwarts, Remus explained. Dating back nearly to the founder's time. I thought it might shed some light on your ancient one. Nerissa leaned forward eagerly, her yellow eyes wide with fascination as she studied the map. The lake looks different, she observed. Smaller. The boundaries have shifted over the centuries, Remus confirmed. But look here. He pointed to the eastern section of the lake, where a deep trench was marked with symbols we didn't recognize. Ancient runes, he explained. They translate roughly to Guardian's Rest or Sentinel's Slumber. The Forgotten Depths, I murmured. So the founders knew about this creature. It appears so, Remus said. And they seem to consider it a protector rather than a threat. Our magical lesson that day shifted from defensive spells to historical research as Remus taught us how to cross-reference information from various texts. Since I couldn't perform wizard magic without a wand yet, our sessions typically focused on theory, history, and the occasional bit of wandless magic that Remus believed I might be capable of due to my natural abilities. As evening approached, Nerissa began showing signs of discomfort from being out of water too long. Her scales had dulled slightly, and she periodically poured water from a flask over her tail. We should head back, I told Remus reluctantly. He nodded understandingly. Take these with you, he said, handing me the most relevant books and a copy he'd made of the ancient map. And be careful, both of you. If this creature is awakening after centuries of dormancy, there's no telling how it might behave. We'll be careful, I promised. See you next week. Actually, Remus hesitated. Dumbledore has asked to see you. He'll be here himself next time. That was unusual. Although Dumbledore checked in on me regularly, He typically left my surface education to Remus while handling the diplomatic aspects with the Dursleys and the Ministry. Is something wrong? I asked. Not wrong, Remus echoed Chorus's earlier words. But with your Hogwarts letter coming next year and this development with the Ancient One, things are changing, Harry. I nodded, understanding the unspoken message. My relatively peaceful existence straddling two worlds was about to become much more complicated. After saying goodbye to Remus, Nerissa and I returned to the water. The transition back to water breathing was always easier than the reverse, and within moments we were swimming down toward the Mervillage. I like your wolf wizard, Nerissa commented as we descended. He's smart. And he cares about you. Yeah, I agreed. He was one of my dad's best friends. Tells me stories about my parents that no one else would. Our conversation halted abruptly as we approached the village and found it in an uproar. Merfolk swam frantically between buildings, warriors gathered in the center, and Mercus was issuing rapid orders. What happened? I asked, grabbing a passing merman. The Ancient One, he replied grimly. It's moving. Heading this way. Nerissa and I exchanged alarmed glances before swimming quickly to the central plaza where Mercus stood with Kelpius and a group of armed warriors. Emperor, Princess, Mercus acknowledged us with obvious relief. You've returned just in time. The creature has left the Forgotten Depths and is moving through our territory. Has it attacked anyone? I asked. Not directly, Kelpius answered. But its presence is disrupting the lake ecology. The water temperature is dropping, fish are fleeing, and several underwater caves have collapsed from the vibrations it creates. We found some information on the surface, I told them, quickly explaining what Remus had shared about the creature possibly being a guardian or sentinel. A guardian? Kelpius scoffed. Of what? Hogwarts, maybe, I suggested. Or something in the lake itself. Elder Chorus, who had joined us, nodded thoughtfully. The oldest stories do speak of it as a protector rather than a destroyer. But those same tales warn that its judgment is alien to our understanding. Before we could discuss further, a young merfolk scout burst into the plaza. It's coming, he shouted. From the east, moving fast. Kelpius immediately organized his warriors into defensive positions while Mercus ordered non-combatants to seek shelter in the deepest, most fortified structures. You should go with them, I told Nerissa. She gave me a look that could have frozen fire. I'm staying with you. There was no time to argue. The water around us began to vibrate, and the temperature dropped noticeably. The glowing orbs that lit the village flickered as if affected by some unknown force. There, someone shouted, pointing eastward. A massive shape moved toward us through the murky water, a creature so enormous that its full form was difficult to comprehend. What had appeared earlier as a single tentacle was now revealed to be just one of many appendages extending from a central body larger than the Mervillage itself. The blue-green bioluminescence we'd seen earlier now covered its entire form, pulsing in hypnotic patterns. By the currents, Nerissa breathed. It's beautiful. She wasn't wrong. Despite its terrifying size, there was something mesmerizing about the creature, ancient and powerful yet strangely graceful as it moved through the water. Kelpius and his warriors readied their weapons, but I raised my hand to stop them. Wait, I called out. Let me try something first. Before anyone could object, I swam forward, stopping at the edge of the village. The silver bracelet on my wrist hummed with energy, responding to my unspoken command. In a flash of light, it transformed into the trident of Marinus, a three-pronged weapon of flowing silver metal that extended to full size in my grip. The Ancient One paused its approach, its massive form hovering just beyond the village boundaries. Now closer, I could see what appeared to be eyes, dozens of them, scattered across its body like glowing orbs of various sizes, all trained on me. Drawing on everything I'd learned about water magic from the merfolk and the theory of communication spells from Remus, I extended my consciousness into the water between us. I didn't speak words but rather projected intentions, emotions, questions. Who are you? Why have you awakened? What do you seek? For a long moment, there was no response. Then, suddenly, my mind was flooded with images, sensations, and concepts so alien that I gasped, nearly losing my concentration. The creature was communicating, but not in any language I understood. I saw Hogwarts Castle as it must have looked 1,000 years ago, newly built and shining with raw magic. I saw 4 figures, the founders, standing by the lake's edge, performing some ritual. I saw the lake itself changing, deepening, becoming infused with protective enchantments. And I saw the creature, smaller then, being bound to the lake as its guardian, its sentinel, its living heart. More images followed rapidly, centuries of sleep, brief periods of wakefulness coinciding with threats to the school, and then, most recently, a disturbance. A magical disturbance that had pulled it from its slumber. With shock, I recognized myself in these images, first falling into the lake 3 years ago, then growing in power as I learned merfolk magic, and finally my regular transitions between water and air as I visited the surface. The creature wasn't attacking. It was investigating. Assessing. Determining if I was a threat to what it was bound to protect. I lowered the trident slightly and projected new thoughts, peaceful intentions, my connection to both worlds, my desire to protect rather than harm. Behind me, I heard Mercus explain to the others what she could sense of our exchange. The Emperor communicates with the Ancient One. It questions his presence, his power. The creature's tentacles moved in complex patterns, creating currents that carried its response to me. More images, dark wizards throughout history who had attempted to use the lake and its magic for their own purposes, and the creature's role in stopping them. Then, disturbingly, an image of a pale, snake-like face that I somehow knew represented Voldemort. The message became clear, the Ancient One sensed the connection between my scar and the dark wizard who had given it to me. It perceived a potential threat in that connection. I'm not him, I projected firmly, focusing on my opposition to Voldemort, on the protection my mother had given me with her sacrifice, on my role as Emperor of the Depths. The creature seemed to consider this, its massive form shifting slightly in the water. Then, unexpectedly, it extended a smaller tentacle directly toward me. Kelpius shouted a warning, but I held my ground. The tentacle stopped just short of touching me, its tip glowing more intensely than the rest of the creature's body. Understanding instinctively what was being asked, I reached out with my free hand and touched the tentacle. The connection that formed between us was immediate and profound. I felt the creature's ancient consciousness brush against mine, curious, evaluating, but not hostile. It was testing me, testing my magic, my intentions, my worthiness. Drawing on both the merfolk water magic I'd learned and the wizard magic Remus had taught me theoretically, I opened my mind fully to the connection. I showed the Ancient One who I was, not just the boy who lived or the Emperor of the Depths, but Harry Potter, a boy trying to find his place between two worlds. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only seconds, the tentacle withdrew. The creature's bioluminescence pulsed in a new pattern, and I somehow understood its decision. I had been judged and found acceptable, not a threat but a potential ally in protecting the lake and the school. The Ancient One began to retreat, its massive form turning gracefully despite its size. Before it disappeared back toward the forgotten depths, it projected one final series of images, a warning of dark times ahead, of threats gathering beyond the lake, and of my central role in facing them. Then it was gone, leaving only colder water and swirling currents as evidence of its visit. I turned back to the gathered merfolk, the trident of Marinus still clutched in my hand. Their expressions ranged from awe to fear to bewilderment. What happened? Nerissa asked, swimming to my side. What did it want? It was checking me out, I explained, feeling drained from the intense mental exchange. Making sure I wasn't a threat. It's a guardian, bound to protect Hogwarts and the lake from dark magic. And? Kelpius demanded. What judgment did it reach? It accepted me, I said simply. It knows I'm connected to Voldemort through my scar, but it also knows I'm not him. It's going back to sleep for now, but... Mercus prompted when I hesitated. But it showed me things, warnings about the future. Dark times coming. It wants me to be ready. A heavy silence fell over the gathering as the implications sank in. Finally, Elder Chorus spoke. The Ancient One has recognized the Emperor. This confirms what we have known. Harry Potter is indeed the heir to Marinus, chosen to lead our people in the coming darkness. I wanted to protest that I was just a kid, not some prophesied leader, but the evidence was becoming harder to deny. The trident in my hand, still humming with power, was tangible proof of my connection to this underwater kingdom. We should prepare for the blessing of the current ceremony, Mercus declared, breaking the tension. Now more than ever, we need the strength that comes from unity. As the gathering dispersed, Nerissa stayed by my side, her expression troubled. You're worried, she observed. About what the creature showed you? I nodded, letting the trident transform back into its bracelet form. It felt like a warning, Nerissa. Something's coming, something connected to Voldemort. And somehow I'm right in the middle of it, as usual. You're not alone, she reminded me, squeezing my hand. You have us. You have the Merfolk, your wolf wizard, Dumbledore. You don't have to face whatever's coming by yourself. Her words comforted me, though the lingering images from the Ancient One's communication left me unsettled. As we swam back to the village center, I couldn't shake the feeling that my relatively peaceful existence was about to change dramatically. The blessing of the current ceremony the next day was the most elaborate I'd attended in my 3 years with the Merfolk. Held annually to ensure favorable water conditions in the coming year, it normally attracted only the Black Lake colony. This year, however, representatives from 3 other lake settlements had arrived, drawn by rumors of the Emperor's encounter with the Ancient One. I stood beside Mercus on a raised platform in the ceremonial plaza, wearing the formal regalia that marked me as Emperor of the Depths, a cloak of woven water plants embedded with tiny luminescent shells, a circlet of coral and pearl, and of course, the trident of Marinus in its full form. Merfolk of the waters, Mercus called out, her voice carrying through the water to the assembled crowd. We gather to bless the currents that sustain us, to honor the waters that are our home, and to celebrate the continued presence of Emperor Harry among us. A cheer rose from the gathered Merfolk, though I noticed not everyone joined in. Kelpius stood with a group of older warriors, his expression neutral rather than celebratory. And delegates from the other lake colonies watched with obvious curiosity and some skepticism. The ceremony proceeded with ritual offerings to the water, special plants released to drift on the currents, songs that resonated at frequencies that allegedly influenced water flow, and demonstrations of water magic from the colony's most skilled practitioners. When my turn came, I stepped forward and raised the trident. Drawing on the water magic I'd practiced for 3 years, I created a swirling column of water that rose from the plaza floor to the ceiling of the ceremonial chamber. Within the column, I formed patterns of light and current that told the story of the Merfolk, their ancient ocean kingdoms, their retreat to lakes, and their endurance through centuries of hiding. It was the most complex water manipulation I'd ever attempted, combining everything I'd learned from Mercus, Kelpius, and the other Merfolk teachers. When I finished, the column collapsed back into normal water with a musical splash that resonated through the chamber. The silence that followed was broken by enthusiastic applause from the Black Lake Merfolk. Even the visiting delegates looked impressed, murmuring among themselves. The ceremony concluded with a feast that spread throughout the village. I found myself moving from group to group, speaking with visitors from other lakes and listening to their concerns. It was the most emperor-like I'd ever had to behave, and by the time I managed to escape to a quiet corner with Nerissa, I was exhausted. You did great, she assured me, passing me a cup of sweet underwater nectar. Even the Baltic Sea delegate looked impressed, and they're notoriously hard to please. Thanks, I sighed, sipping the drink gratefully. I just wish, Emperor Harry, a voice interrupted. I turned to find Kelpius approaching with a Merfolk I didn't recognize, older, heavily scarred, with a trident that looked almost as elaborate as mine. This is Triton, war chief of the Loch Ness colony, Kelpius introduced us. He wishes to speak with you. I straightened, adopting the formal posture Mercus had drilled into me for such occasions. Warchief Trident, welcome to Black Lake. How may I assist you? The older merman studied me with calculating eyes. So it's true. A surface child who breathes water, wields the trident, and communes with the ancient ones. Remarkable. His tone made it clear he wasn't entirely convinced of my legitimacy. I understand your skepticism, I said diplomatically. I was pretty skeptical myself when they first told me I was some prophesied emperor. Trident's eyebrows rose at my frankness. Yet you accepted the role. I accepted that I could help, I corrected. Whether I'm really the heir to Emperor Marinus or just a wizard kid with some unusual abilities doesn't matter as much as what I do with those abilities. Nerissa tensed beside me, clearly expecting Trident to take offense at my casual dismissal of merfolk prophecy. To my surprise, the war chief laughed, a burbling sound that sent bubbles rising from his gills. Pragmatic. Good. We've had enough dreamers and not enough doers. He leaned closer, his expression growing serious. What exactly did the Ancient One show you, young Emperor? The rumors speak of warnings, of darkness gathering. I hesitated, glancing at Kelpius, who nodded slightly. Apparently, Trident was trustworthy enough to share this information. It showed me threats gathering beyond the lake, I said carefully. Connected somehow to Voldemort, the dark wizard who gave me this. I touched my scar. The details weren't clear, but the feeling was urgent. Like something's building up, getting closer. Trident nodded grimly. We felt it too, even in Loch Ness. Disturbances in the water, in the magic. The surface wizards don't notice, they never do until it's too late, but we who live in the water feel the changes first. What kind of changes? Nerissa asked. Dark creatures moving through waterways they normally avoid. Water magic becoming harder to control in certain areas, easier in others. And dreams, many of our seers report dreams of a pale figure rising from dark water. A chill ran through me. Voldemort. Trident shrugged his massive shoulders. Perhaps. Or perhaps something he has set in motion. Either way, the merfolk kingdoms are concerned. That's why so many delegates came today, to see if the rumors of Emperor Marinus's heir were true, to judge if you could truly unite and lead us if darkness comes. And what's your judgment? I asked boldly. Trident studied me for a long moment before answering. You're young, too young for what may be asked of you. But there is power in you, both merfolk and wizard. With proper guidance. He glanced at Kelpius. You might yet become what we need. Coming from the stern war chief, this was high praise indeed. I want to visit the other colonies, I decided impulsively. See the situations for myself, meet more of the merfolk I'm supposedly emperor of. Kelpius looked startled by this initiative, but Trident nodded approvingly. A wise suggestion. I would welcome you to Loch Ness when you're ready. With that, he bowed slightly, the first show of real respect he'd offered, and swam away to rejoin the other delegates. That was unexpected, Nerissa commented once he was out of earshot. Kelpius remained, studying me with new interest. Perhaps you're growing into your role after all, Emperor Harry. Coming from my harshest critic, the words carried significant weight. I meant what I said, I told him. If something's coming, something connected to Voldemort, I need to understand what we're facing. That means visiting the other colonies, learning about the disturbances they're experiencing. Kelpius nodded thoughtfully. I shall speak with Chieftainess Mercus about arranging such visits. Though it may be complicated with your surface obligations. I'll make it work, I said firmly. This is important. As Kelpius departed to find Mercus, Nerissa gave me a curious look. That's the most emperor-like I've ever heard you sound. I grinned sheepishly. Don't get used to it. I'm still just Harry most of the time. Are you, though? she challenged gently. The Harry I met 3 years ago wouldn't have faced down the Ancient One or impressed a war chief like Trident. She had a point. I'd changed over the past 3 years, grown more confident, more comfortable with my dual identity as both wizard and merfolk emperor. The scared 7-year-old who'd accidentally teleported into the Black Lake seemed like a different person sometimes. Before I could respond, a commotion near the village entrance caught our attention. Guards were escorting someone in a bubble charm, with a long silver beard. Dumbledore, I said, surprised. He wasn't supposed to come until next week. We swam quickly to meet him, reaching the central plaza just as the headmaster was greeted by Mercus. Albus Dumbledore, the chieftainess acknowledged formally. You honor us with your presence, though this visit is unexpected. My apologies for the intrusion, chieftainess, Dumbledore replied, his voice slightly distorted by the bubble charm. But I received some concerning readings from my instruments monitoring the lake. Significant magical disturbances. His gaze found me in the crowd, and his eyebrows rose at my formal attire. Ah, Harry. I see I've arrived during celebrations. Again, my apologies for the interruption. It's the blessing of the current ceremony, I explained, swimming forward. And you're probably sensing the aftermath of our visitor yesterday. Visitor? Dumbledore questioned, looking between me and Mercus. Quickly, with input from Mercus and occasional clarifications from Elder Chorus who had joined us, I explained about the Ancient One, its emergence from the forgotten depths, our communication, and the warnings it had shared. Dumbledore listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. When I finished, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. The guardian of the Black Lake, he murmured. I had thought it merely legend, a story from the Founder's time. It's very real, I assured him. And it's worried about something connected to Voldemort. Several merfolk flinched at the name, but Dumbledore merely nodded. I feared as much. There have been signs in recent months. Nothing definitive, but concerning nonetheless. What kind of signs? I asked sharply. Dumbledore hesitated, looking around at the gathered merfolk. Perhaps we should discuss this more privately. Mercus took the hint. The ceremony continues in the Eastern Chamber, she announced to the crowd. Please, join in the celebrations while our Emperor speaks with Dumbledore. As the crowd dispersed, Mercus led us to a small chamber off the main plaza, a meeting room used for private council discussions. Only Mercus, Chorus, Nerissa, Kelpius, and I remained with Dumbledore. Now, Dumbledore said once we were settled, I must ask first, are you certain this Ancient One, as you call it, was indeed the legendary guardian and not something more sinister? The Black Lake has many secrets, not all of them benign. I'm sure, I said firmly. It showed me its history, its binding by the Founders to protect Hogwarts. It was testing me, making sure I wasn't a threat to what it guards. And it judged you acceptable, Dumbledore mused. Fascinating. The historical accounts suggest it only emerges in times of great change or danger. It showed Harry warnings, Nerissa interjected. About darkness gathering, about Voldemort. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes fixed on me. What exactly did it show you, Harry? I described the images as best I could, the sense of gathering threats, the connection to Voldemort, the urgency of preparation. This aligns with other indications, Dumbledore said when I finished. There have been disappearances in Albania, where Voldemort was last rumored to be hiding as a spirit. Unusual movement among known sympathizers of his cause. And disturbances in certain ancient magical sites, similar to what your merfolk allies have reported in waterways. You think he's getting stronger, I said. It wasn't a question. I think preparations are being made, Dumbledore corrected carefully. Whether by Voldemort himself or by those who seek to restore him to power. What does this mean for Harry? Nerissa asked, her concern evident. Dumbledore sighed deeply. It means, my dear, that his life may become more complicated than we had hoped. Next year, Harry will receive his Hogwarts letter and rejoin the wizarding world officially. There are those who will be watching very closely, some out of curiosity about the boy who lived, others with more malevolent intentions. His training must intensify, Kelpius declared. Both in merfolk combat and water magic. And in wizard magic as well, Dumbledore agreed. Which brings me to the other purpose of my visit. Harry, I believe it's time we arranged for you to receive a wand, ahead of your official Hogwarts attendance. My heart leaped at the prospect. A real wand, months before other students normally got theirs. But the ministry's restrictions, Elder Chorus began. Can be navigated, Dumbledore finished smoothly. As Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I can authorize certain exceptions for special circumstances. And I believe Harry's unique situation qualifies. When? I asked eagerly. Next weekend, Dumbledore replied. I'll take you to Diagon Alley myself. We'll need to be discreet, your reappearance in the wizarding world would cause quite a sensation if handled poorly. I nodded, understanding the need for caution but too excited about getting a wand to care much about the details. The meeting continued, with plans made for intensified training both underwater and on the surface. Dumbledore would arrange more frequent visits from Remus for wizard magic instruction once I had a wand, and Kelpius committed to advancing my combat training to the next level. By the time the discussions concluded, the ceremony celebrations were winding down. Dumbledore took his leave, promising to return the following weekend for our Diagon Alley excursion. As Nerissa and I walked him to the village boundary, Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. You've grown considerably since that day I found you here 3 years ago, he observed. Both in your magic and in your character. Your parents would be proud. The simple statement meant more to me than he could know. Despite Remus's stories and the few wizarding photos I'd seen, my parents remained somewhat abstract figures to me. Hearing that they would be proud felt like a connection, however tenuous, to the family I'd lost. Thanks, I said, my throat suddenly tight. I'm trying my best. That is all anyone can ask, Dumbledore replied kindly. Though I fear the coming years may ask much more of you than any child should have to give. With that sobering thought, he bid us farewell and ascended toward the surface, his bubble charm shimmering around him. He's worried, Nerissa observed as we watched him disappear. Really worried? Yeah, I agreed. And Dumbledore worried is definitely not a good sign. The week that followed was intense. True to his word, Kelpius ramped up my combat training to almost brutal levels. Where before we had focused primarily on defensive techniques and evasion, now he pushed me to master offensive applications of water magic combined with the trident's powers. Control the currents, he barked as I struggled to create a water vortex powerful enough to trap an opponent. The water responds to intention as much as motion. Feel it, direct it, command it. After particularly grueling sessions, would collapse in exhaustion, only to be revived by Nerissa's healing magic, another area where merfolk excelled. You're pushing him too hard, she scolded Kelpius after one such session left me with strained muscles and magical exhaustion. His enemies won't be gentle, Kelpius retorted. Better he learns his limits now, with us, than discovers them too late in real combat. As much as I hated to admit it, Kelpius was right. Each punishing session expanded my capabilities, forcing me to dig deeper into both my merfolk and wizard magical reserves. By combining the two, using wizard magical theory Remus had taught me to enhance merfolk water manipulation techniques, I began developing hybrid techniques that neither tradition alone could achieve. When the weekend finally arrived, I was almost relieved to be heading to the surface, despite my aching body. The prospect of getting my own wand, my first real wizard tool, overrode any lingering fatigue. Dumbledore met me at our usual surface point, dressed in what he assured me was inconspicuous wizard attire, a subdued purple robe with only minimal silver embroidery. Ready for your first visit to Diagon Alley? He asked cheerfully as I emerged from the lake. I quickly dried myself with a simple water-repelling charm, one of the few wandless magic techniques I'd mastered by combining merfolk and wizard approaches. More than ready, I confirmed, changing into the surface clothes I kept stashed in a waterproof container nearby. How are we getting there? Apparition, Dumbledore replied. A form of magical transportation. It's somewhat uncomfortable the first time, but quite efficient. He offered his arm, and after a moment's hesitation, I took it. The sensation that followed was horrible, like being squeezed through a very tight rubber tube. When the pressure finally released, we were standing in a narrow, cobbled street lined with the strangest assortment of shops I'd ever seen. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore said, steadying me as I swayed slightly. Specifically, a less trafficked corner of it, to avoid immediate recognition. I gaped at my surroundings. Shops selling cauldrons, magical creatures, broomsticks, and books stretched in every direction. Witches and wizards in robes hurried past, carrying packages and conversing about magical matters as casually as muggles might discuss the weather. "This is brilliant," I breathed. Dumbledore smiled at my enthusiasm. "Indeed it is. However, we must take precautions. Your appearance in the wizarding world would cause quite a commotion." He produced a cloak with a deep hood. "This will help conceal your identity. And I've taken the liberty of applying a minor glamour charm to make your famous scar less noticeable." I donned the cloak, pulling the hood forward to shadow my face. "Where to first?" "Ollivander's," Dumbledore replied. "The finest wand maker in Britain. But we'll take the back entrance." He led me through winding side streets until we reached a narrow alley behind a dusty-looking shop. A discreet knock on the back door produced a thin, elderly man with wide, pale eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. "Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore," the man greeted us. "Right on time. And this must be our special customer." "Indeed, Garrick," Dumbledore confirmed. "Thank you for accommodating this unusual request." Not at all," Ollivander said, ushering us inside. "I've been anticipating this particular wand fitting for quite some time." The interior of the shop was crammed with thousands of narrow boxes piled precariously from floor to ceiling. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering through the grimy windows, giving the place an ancient, mystical atmosphere. "Now then," Ollivander turned to me, those strange silvery eyes studying me intently. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you before long, though perhaps not quite this early." I shifted uncomfortably under his penetrating gaze. "How did you? The scar may be obscured, but some things cannot be hidden from a wandmaker's eye," Ollivander said cryptically. "Besides, Albus informed me of your coming." He smiled briefly before becoming businesslike. "Your wand arm, please." "I'm right-handed," I offered, extending my arm. Ollivander produced a measuring tape that proceeded to measure me in bizarre ways, the distance between my nostrils, the circumference of my wrist, even the length of my earlobe, all by itself while the wandmaker pulled boxes from the shelves. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance," he explained as he worked. "We use unicorn hairs, dragon heartstrings, and phoenix feathers. No two wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." He returned with several boxes, dismissing the tape measure with a flick of his fingers. "Try this one," he said, opening a box to reveal a polished wooden wand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible." I took the wand and stood there, feeling foolish. "Well, give it a wave," Ollivander encouraged. I waved it awkwardly, but Ollivander snatched it back almost immediately. No, that won't do. Try this, maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." I tried again with similar results. Wand after wand was placed in my hand and just as quickly removed, with Ollivander growing increasingly excited rather than discouraged. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment my fingers closed around this wand, I felt a sudden warmth spread through them. I raised the wand and brought it swishing down through the dusty air. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." He put my wand back into its box and wrapped it in brown paper, still muttering, "Curious, curious." "Sorry," I said, "but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed me with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." I swallowed. "You mean Voldemort's wand, we do not speak his name." Ollivander whispered. "But yes. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. If I had known what that wand was going out into the world to do." A heavy silence fell in the dusty shop. Even Dumbledore looked troubled by this revelation. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter," Ollivander continued softly. "I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." I shivered, not liking the comparison one bit. My wand, brother to Voldemort's. What did that mean? Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "The tools we use do not define us, Harry. It is our choices that show what we truly are." After paying 7 gold galleons for my wand, we left through the back door again, with Ollivander bowing us out of his shop. "That was unexpected," I said once we were back in the alley. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "Though perhaps not entirely surprising. Your connection to Voldemort has always been complex." I touched my scar through the hood of my cloak. "Does this mean I'm like him somehow? That we're connected?" Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "There is a connection, Harry, one that I've suspected for some time. When Voldemort gave you that scar, he transferred some of his powers to you unintentionally. That's why I can speak to snakes," I realized, remembering an incident at the Dursleys I'd never fully understood. "It's not a Merfolk ability, it's from him." "Precisely. Though I would caution you, having abilities similar to Voldemort's does not make you similar to him in character or destiny. As I said, our choices define us far more than our innate abilities." I nodded, though the discovery had shaken me. Between the Ancient One's warnings, the Merfolk preparations for coming darkness, and now this wand connection, everything seemed to be pointing toward an inevitable confrontation with Voldemort, a confrontation I wasn't sure I was ready for, despite Kelpius's intensive training. Dumbledore, sensing my unease, suggested we visit a few more shops while maintaining our low profile. We purchased basic potion ingredients, a set of simple robes, and several books on magical theory that would help with my pre-Hogwarts studies. As we were about to leave Flourish and Blots, the bookshop, I spotted a large volume titled Magical Waterways of Britain and impulsively added it to our purchases. It might contain information useful to understanding the disturbances the Merfolk were experiencing. Our shopping completed, Dumbledore led me to a small, tucked-away ice cream parlor for a treat before returning to Hogwarts. As we sat enjoying enormous sundaes, mine with every flavor I'd never been allowed to try at the Dursleys, Dumbledore outlined the next phase of my magical education. "Now that you have a wand, Remus can begin teaching you practical spellwork during your surface visits," he explained. "Nothing too advanced, just the foundations that will prepare you for your first year at Hogwarts." "Will I be behind the other students?" I asked, suddenly worried. "They've grown up in magical families, knowing about all this stuff." "Some have, yes," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But many come from Muggle families, knowing as little about magic as you did 3 years ago." "And few," if any, will have your unique advantages: merfolk water magic, the tutelage of a skilled wizard like Remus, and your own natural talents. This reassured me somewhat, though I still felt the weight of expectations, both as the boy who lived and as the Emperor of the Depths. So many people counting on me, believing I was somehow special, when most days I just felt like a kid trying to keep up with increasingly complicated lessons. When we finished our ice cream, Dumbledore brought us back to the edge of the Black Lake. The familiar sight of Hogwarts Castle in the distance was oddly comforting after the overwhelming experience of Diagon Alley. "I shall leave your new possessions with Remus," Dumbledore said, shrinking the packages with a wave of his wand and tucking them into his pocket. "He'll bring them to your next lesson. Except, of course, for this." He handed me my wand box. "Keep it safe, Harry, and remember, no magic outside of your lessons with Remus until you officially begin at Hogwarts. The Ministry has ways of detecting underage wizardry." I nodded, clutching the box that contained my very own wand. Despite the troubling Voldemort connection, I couldn't help feeling excited about finally being able to perform proper wizard magic. "Thank you, Professor," I said sincerely. "For everything." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You're quite welcome, Harry. I look forward to having you as a student next year. I think you'll find Hogwarts has much to offer someone with your diverse magical background." With that, he disapparated with a soft pop, leaving me alone by the lakeside. I carefully tucked the wand box into the waterproof container where I kept my surface supplies, then waded into the water. The transition back to water breathing was second nature now, my body adapting instantly as I submerged. I swam down toward the Mervillage, eager to tell Nerissa about my day and show her the books I'd gotten, once Remus brought them. As I approached the village, however, I sensed immediately that something was wrong. The usual guards at the perimeter were doubled, and an unusual tension filled the water. I swam faster, reaching the village center to find Mercus, Kelpius, and several warriors in heated discussion. They fell silent when they saw me. "What's happened?" I demanded, automatically touching the silver bracelet on my wrist. Mercus's expression was grim. "While you were on the surface, our scouts detected intruders in the Eastern Territory. Near the Forgotten Depths." "Merfolk intruders?" I asked, confused. Kelpius shook his head. "Human. Wizards, using bubblehead charms. They were examining the trench where the Ancient One dwells." A chill ran down my spine. "Did you confront them?" "They fled before we could," Mercus said. "But they left this behind." She held out a small object that I recognized with a shock as a wand, broken in half but unmistakably a wizard's tool. "May I?" I asked, reaching for it. Mercus handed it over. The moment my fingers touched the broken wand, I felt a strange, dark energy emanate from it, nothing like the warm connection I'd felt with my own wand earlier that day. "This doesn't feel right," I murmured. "There's something wrong with it." "Our sentiments exactly," Kelpius agreed. The water around where they were working felt tainted afterward. "We've established a permanent watch on the area and strengthened our boundary patrols." I handed the wand back to Mercus. "I should tell Dumbledore about this." "Already done," she assured me. "We sent a messenger to the surface as soon as we discovered the intrusion. The headmaster will be informed upon his return to the castle." I nodded, relieved that proper protocols had been followed but still troubled by this development. Wizard intruders examining the Ancient One's resting place, just days after it had awakened to warn about coming darkness, the timing couldn't be coincidental. "There's something else," Nerissa's voice came from behind me. I turned to find her swimming toward us, her expression worried. "Show him, Mother." Mercus hesitated, then nodded to one of the warriors, who brought forward a stone tablet covered in strange markings. "This was found near where the wizards were working," Mercus explained. "It appears to be very old, perhaps dating back to Emperor Marinus's time." I examined the tablet, recognizing some symbols as similar to those used in the Merfolk historical records I'd studied, but others were completely unfamiliar. "What does it say?" I asked. "We're not certain of all of it," Elder Chorus admitted, joining our group. "But the parts we can translate speak of binding the Great Guardian to the will of one with split soul and conquered death." The implications hit me immediately. Voldemort. They're trying to find a way to control the Ancient One for Voldemort. That would be our interpretation as well, Mercus agreed grimly. Which makes this intrusion far more concerning than a simple trespass. "We should destroy the tablet," Kelpius declared. "Whatever ritual or spell it describes." "No," I interrupted, surprising myself with my forceful tone. "If we destroy it, we won't know what we're up against. We need to understand what they're trying to do so we can stop it." Kelpius looked ready to argue, but Mercus held up her hand. "The Emperor is right. Knowledge is power in this instance. Elder Chorus, assemble our best scholars to study the tablet. And Harry," she turned to me with a serious expression, "your training must intensify further. If dark wizards seek to control the Ancient One, you may be our best defense." I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle more heavily on my shoulders. The carefree excitement of getting my first wand seemed distant now, overshadowed by this new threat. "I'll work harder," I promised. "And I'll learn everything I can from Remus about defensive magic." As the meeting disbanded, with warriors heading out to reinforce patrols and scholars gathering to study the tablet, Nerissa stayed by my side. "How was the surface world?" she asked, trying to inject some normality into what had become a tense day. I managed a small smile. "I got my wand. And books, including one about magical waterways that might help us understand what's happening." "That's good," she said, though her enthusiasm seemed forced. After a moment, she added in a quieter voice, "Harry. I'm scared. All this talk of Voldemort, dark wizards intruding in our territory, it's happening so fast." I took her hand, feeling its familiar webbed texture against my human one. "I know. I'm scared too. But we'll face it together, merfolk and wizards, underwater and surface magic combined. That's what makes us strong." She squeezed my hand gratefully. "You sound like a proper emperor when you talk like that." "Don't tell anyone," I joked. "I've got a reputation as a troublemaker to maintain." Her laugh, though subdued, was genuine, and for a moment, the weight of our situation felt slightly less crushing. As we swam toward the village center to join the others, I couldn't help feeling that my life was accelerating towards something momentous, something connected to both my identities as wizard and merfolk emperor. The comfortable balance I'd maintained for 3 years was shifting, and I would need to adapt quickly to whatever came next. The wand in its box on the shore above, the broken wand left by the intruders, the ancient tablet with its ominous message, all pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to understand. But one thing was clear, the relatively peaceful phase of my underwater life was over. The darkness the Ancient One had warned about was already encroaching on our world. And somehow, I was expected to stand against it. The weeks that followed were the most intense of my life. My training schedule became grueling: underwater combat and water magic with Kelpius in the mornings, historical and political lessons with Elder Chorus and Mercus at midday, and surface magic with Remus in the afternoons, where I finally began learning to use my new wand. "The key is intent," Remus explained during one such session, as I attempted to master the basic levitation charm. "Feel the connection between your magic, the wand, and the object you wish to affect." I concentrated on the feather lying on the flat rock before us, channeling my magic through the holly wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose shakily a few inches before dropping back down. Better than my previous attempts, but still not quite right. "You're getting there," Remus encouraged. "Try applying the same principles you use for water manipulation. Magic is magic, regardless of the tradition it comes from." I considered this, then tried again, this time imagining the air around the feather as a fluid medium similar to water, and my magic as currents directing its movement. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose smoothly to eye level and hovered there, stable and controlled. Excellent! Remus exclaimed. You see. Your merfolk training gives you advantages most young wizards lack, a tactile, intuitive understanding of how magic flows. By combining the two magical approaches, I progressed rapidly through the basic first-year spells. Charms came most easily, with their emphasis on movement and flow. Transfiguration proved more challenging, requiring precise visualization that didn't align as neatly with merfolk magic. Defense against the dark arts, however, became my primary focus after the discovery of the intruders. Remus, who had an extensive background in the subject, pushed me hard in this area. The shield charm is typically taught to third years, he said as we practiced one afternoon. But given your circumstances, I think it's appropriate to introduce it early. Learning to produce a magical shield that could deflect minor hexes and jinxes proved invaluable, especially when I discovered I could combine it with merfolk water shields for layered protection. Meanwhile, underwater, Kelpius had moved from basic combat to more advanced techniques, including using the trident of Marinus to its full potential. The trident is not merely a weapon, he instructed during one particularly intense session. It is a focus for your power, a channel for your authority as emperor. Learn to extend your will through it. Under his relentless tutelage, I discovered abilities I hadn't known the trident possessed, the power to calm turbulent waters, to communicate with aquatic creatures beyond merfolk, and most impressively, to create temporary magical barriers across waterways. This was how Emperor Marinus protected merfolk territories during the Great Wizard Wars, Kelpius explained as I practiced establishing a shimmering barrier across a section of the lake. No wizard, no matter how powerful, could penetrate these barriers without the Emperor's permission. The historical and political lessons with Elder Chorus and Mercus took on new urgency as well. Instead of general merfolk history, we focused specifically on past conflicts with dark wizards and the alliance structures between different underwater kingdoms. If conflict comes, Mercus explained, you will need to unite the scattered merfolk colonies. Understanding their individual cultures and concerns is essential. We spent hours studying maps of magical waterways across Britain and beyond, identifying merfolk settlements and the magical currents connecting them. I learned about the complex politics of the various colonies, the militaristic Loch Ness merfolk, the isolationist Lake Windermere group, the ancient and tradition-bound community in the Western Isles. Your visit to Loch Ness must be arranged soon, Mercus decided. Warchief Triton support will be crucial if we need to mobilize quickly. Between these intensive lessons and the weekly mandatory visits to the Dursleys, which seemed increasingly irrelevant to my real life, though Dumbledore insisted they were necessary for the blood protection, I barely had time to process everything that was happening. The only moments of relative peace came during late evenings with Nerissa, when we would swim to our favorite quiet spot, a small underwater cave decorated with luminescent algae that we had discovered 2 years earlier. You look exhausted, she commented one such evening, about a month after my Diagon Alley visit. Kelpius is pushing you too hard. I leaned back against the smooth cave wall, grateful for the moment of rest. It's not just Kelpius. It's everything, merfolk magic, wizard spells, history lessons, planning for visits to other colonies. And those wizard intruders haven't returned, but you feel like something bigger is coming, she finished for me. I nodded. The broken wand they left behind, Dumbledore examined it and said it had been used for dark magic. And the tablet they were studying. Elder Chorus and the scholars have translated more of it. It definitely describes a ritual to bind the Ancient One to a wizard's will. Can that actually be done? Nerissa asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Dumbledore isn't sure. The Ancient One was bound by the 4 founders of Hogwarts working together, 4 of the most powerful wizards and witches in history. It would take extraordinary magic to override that binding. Which Voldemort has, Nerissa pointed out grimly. At least according to the stories. We sat in troubled silence for a while, watching the gentle pulsing of the algae on the cave walls. Finally, Nerissa spoke again, her voice softer. What will happen when you go to Hogwarts? Will you still be our emperor? The question had been hovering unspoken between us for weeks. Of course I will, I assured her. I'll be living in the castle, but the Black Lake is right there. I'll visit as often as I can. But you'll be a full-time wizard student, she pressed. Learning their magic, making friends with surface dwellers, becoming more like them and less like us. I took her hand. Nerissa, I've always been both. Being at Hogwarts won't change who I am or where my loyalties lie. If anything, it will make me better at protecting both worlds. She didn't look entirely convinced, but nodded anyway. Just don't forget us when you're up there learning to turn teacups into toads or whatever it is wizards do. I laughed. As if you'd let me forget. Besides, I'd miss your sarcastic commentary too much. Our moment of levity was interrupted by a distant vibration through the water, the warning signal used by merfolk guards to indicate trouble. We exchanged alarmed glances before swimming rapidly out of the cave and toward the source of the signal. As we approached the eastern boundary, the direction of the Forgotten Depths, we saw several merfolk warriors gathered, their tridents raised defensively. Kelpius spotted us and swam over immediately. Emperor, Princess, you shouldn't be here. Return to the village at once. What's happening? I demanded, already reaching for my bracelet. Before Kelpius could answer, I felt it, a disturbance in the water, a wrongness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and strange currents swirled in patterns that defied the natural flow of the lake. The intruders have returned, Kelpius explained tersely. More of them this time, and they've brought something unnatural. I transformed my bracelet into the trident of Marinus, its familiar weight reassuring in my hand. I'm staying. This is why I've been training. Kelpius looked ready to argue but was interrupted by a guard's shout. Movement from the trench. We all turned to see something emerging from the Forgotten Depths, not the ancient one this time, but something else. Something wrong. It looked like water but moved like a living creature, a massive, amorphous shape that absorbed the light around it rather than reflecting it. As it rose from the trench, I could make out dark figures within it, wizards in bubble charms, directing its movement with their wands. What is that thing? Nerissa whispered, her voice tight with fear. Dark water, Kelpius spat. A forbidden magic that corrupts natural water, turning it into a weapon that obeys only its creator. The dark water construct surged toward the boundary of merfolk territory, carrying the wizard intruders within its protection. I could see now that there were 5 of them, all wearing dark robes and masks. Death Eaters, I realized, recognizing the description from Remus's lessons about Voldemort's followers. Kelpius gave the signal, and his warriors spread out in a defensive formation. But I could see they were hesitant, uncertain how to combat this strange threat. Drawing on everything I'd learned from both magical traditions, I swam forward, the trident glowing with power in my grip. Harry, don't. Nerissa called after me, but I had already reached the front line of defenders. The dark water construct paused at the boundary, pulsing with malevolent energy. One of the wizards inside it made a slashing motion with his wand, and a tendril of the corrupted water shot forward toward a merfolk guard. Acting instinctively, I thrust the trident forward, creating a barrier of pure water energy that intercepted the attack. The two forces collided with a shock wave that rippled through the surrounding water. The Emperor defends the boundary. Kelpius called, rallying his warriors. Stand with him. The merfolk formed up around me, their own tridents raised. But I could sense their magic was less effective against this dark creation, it seemed to absorb or deflect their attempts to manipulate the water around it. I needed to try something different. Reaching into the pocket of my underwater tunic, I grasped my wand, which I'd taken to carrying with me despite the risk of water damage. To my relief, it remained unaffected by the lake water, the magic within it seemingly protected from the elements. Now armed with both the trident in my left hand and my wand in my right, I faced the dark water construct directly. Get back to the village, I told the guards nearest me. Warn Mercus. Tell her to contact Dumbledore immediately. "We will not leave you, Emperor," one guard protested. "I'm not asking you to abandon me," I clarified. "I'm asking you to get reinforcements while the rest of us hold this thing back." Kelpius nodded sharply, designating 2 of his fastest swimmers to deliver the message. They departed immediately, racing toward the village center. The dark water construct surged forward again, this time spreading wider as if attempting to engulf us all. The Death Eaters within it directed their wands in complex patterns, clearly working together to control their creation. I raised my own wand and drew on the defensive magic Remus had taught me. Protego. The shield charm expanded outward, reinforcing the water barrier I'd created with the trident. For a moment, the 2 defenses held, keeping the dark water at bay. But I could feel the strain immediately. Maintaining both magical techniques simultaneously required tremendous concentration and energy. Nerissa swam to my side, adding her own water magic to the barrier. Other merfolk followed her example, and soon a dozen of us were working in concert, our combined power strengthening the boundary between us and the corrupted water. The Death Eaters seemed momentarily surprised by the organized resistance, but quickly adjusted their strategy. One broke away from the main group, directing his portion of the dark water downward, attempting to undermine our barrier from below. "They're trying to flank us," Kelpius shouted, sending half his warriors to reinforce the lake floor. I felt the barrier weakening as our attention divided. The strain of maintaining dual magical defenses was taking its toll, a dull ache spreading from my temples through my entire body. Then, without warning, the dark water construct pulled back slightly, not retreating, but condensing into a more focused form. The 5 Death Eaters within it gathered in a tight circle, their wands pointed inward. "They're performing some kind of ritual," Nerissa realized, her yellow eyes wide with alarm. I could feel the dark energy building, resonating through the water in sickening pulses. They were attempting something big, something connected to the tablet they'd been studying. "The Ancient One," I gasped, suddenly understanding. "They're trying to wake it, to bind it while it's disoriented." Without hesitation, I dropped the defensive barrier and swam forward, charging directly toward the dark water construct. "Harry!" Nerissa screamed behind me, but I was already committed. Channeling all my power through both the trident and my wand simultaneously, I struck at the heart of the dark water. The 2 magical implements resonated together, creating a harmony of power I'd never experienced before, merfolk and wizard magic perfectly synchronized. A blast of pure magical force erupted from the point of impact, sending shockwaves through the water. The dark construct rippled violently, its cohesion disrupting as fissures of light broke through its surface. The Death Eaters within struggled to maintain control, their formation breaking as they were tossed about by the magical backlash. One lost his bubble charm entirely and began to flounder, panicking as water filled his lungs. I pressed my advantage, driving deeper into the heart of the dark water. Each thrust of the trident, each spell from my wand, carved away portions of the construct, reverting the corrupted water back to its natural state. Kelpius and his warriors followed my lead, attacking from multiple directions. Nerissa focused on disrupting the Death Eaters' concentration, creating sudden currents that threw off their wand movements. The battle reached its peak when I found myself face to face with what appeared to be the lead Death Eater, a tall figure whose bubble charm shimmered with additional protective enchantments. Despite the mask covering his face, his eyes burned with hatred as they locked onto mine. He jabbed his wand toward me, and I felt rather than heard the curse he cast, a spike of dark magic that lanced through the water straight at my chest. I crossed the trident and my wand in front of me, forming an X that caught the curse before it could reach me. The magical backlash from the collision sent both of us tumbling backward. Recovering first, I cast the strongest stunning spell I knew, channeling additional power through the trident to boost its effectiveness in the underwater environment. The combination worked better than I expected. The spell punched through the Death Eater's protections, sending him spinning unconscious through the remains of the dark water construct, which was now barely holding together. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining Death Eaters abandoned their effort. The dark water collapsed entirely as they retreated, racing toward the surface with awkward swimming motions. After them. Kelpius ordered, but I raised my hand. Let them go, I said, breathing heavily from the exertion. We need to make sure the Ancient One is secure. As if in response to my words, a familiar vibration pulsed through the water, the sensation I'd felt when the Ancient One first emerged. But this time, it felt different, weaker, disturbed. They started something, I realized aloud. Their ritual, it affected the Guardian, even if they couldn't complete the binding. Kelpius looked grim. What do you suggest, Emperor? I took a deep breath, knowing what I had to do. I need to check on the Ancient One directly. Alone. Absolutely not, Nerissa protested immediately. After what just happened, that's exactly why it needs to be me, I interrupted. The Ancient One recognized me before. If it's disoriented or corrupted by what those Death Eaters did, I might be the only one who can reach it. Kelpius studied me for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. We will maintain a perimeter, but not interfere unless absolutely necessary. I handed my wand to Nerissa for safekeeping. The connection I needed to establish with the Ancient One would be purest through merfolk magic alone. With only the trident of Marinus, I swam toward the forgotten depths, feeling the water grow colder and darker with every stroke. The trench yawned before me, a black void that seemed to swallow all light. I paused at its edge, extending my senses into the depths below. The vibrations continued, erratic and pained compared to the steady pulse I'd felt before. Taking a final deep breath, I descended into the forgotten depths. The pressure increased dramatically as I swam downward, but the magic of the trident protected me, creating a bubble of normalized conditions around my body. The darkness became nearly absolute, alleviated only by the soft glow emanating from the trident itself. I continued down, following the disturbed vibrations to their source. After what seemed like an eternity of descent, I began to make out a faint bioluminescence below, the Ancient One, but its light patterns were chaotic, flashing in distressed sequences rather than the hypnotic rhythm I'd seen before. As I approached, I could see that the massive creature was thrashing, its many tentacles lashing out at unseen enemies. Dark patches marred its glowing surface, remnants of the corrupted water that had somehow affected it despite the distance. I stopped at what I hoped was a safe distance and extended my consciousness toward the Guardian, as I had during our first encounter. Instead of the ordered, ancient mind I'd touched before, I encountered chaos, fractured thoughts, confused images, pain. I come as a friend, I projected as clearly as I could. I am Harry, Emperor of the Depths. We have met before. The thrashing slowed slightly, though the erratic light patterns continued. I felt the creature's consciousness touch mine, searching, uncertain. The Dark Ones, it communicated in disjointed images. They reached through the water, through the old bonds. Tried to reshape, redirect, redefine. I understood then, the Death Eaters hadn't needed to be physically present in the forgotten depths to begin their ritual. The tablet had shown them how to reach the Ancient One through the magical connections established by the Founders. They're gone now, I assured it. We fought them off. But they hurt you? A series of discordant sensations flooded my mind, the magical equivalent of pain, of violation. The Death Eater's ritual had begun to corrupt the ancient binding spells, turning protection into control, guardianship into slavery. I can help, I offered, raising the trident. If you'll let me. The Ancient One's consciousness withdrew slightly, wary despite our previous connection. Trust, once damaged, was not easily restored, even for a being as old as this. I am not like them, I projected firmly, showing it memories of my life underwater, my connection to the merfolk, my rejection of the dark magic the Death Eaters had wielded. I protect the waters, as you do. Slowly, the chaotic light patterns began to stabilize. A single tentacle extended toward me, smaller than the one still thrashing about, but still dwarfing my human form. Understanding the invitation, I swam forward and placed the tip of the trident against the offered tentacle. The connection that formed was immediate and powerful, raw magical energy flowing between us. Through this connection, I could sense the damage the Death Eater's ritual had caused, fractures in the original binding spells, corruption spreading through the magical network that connected the Ancient One to Hogwarts and the lake. Drawing on everything I'd learned about water magic and the more theoretical aspects of wizard spellwork, I focused the trident's power on healing these fractures. Not by imposing my will, as the Death Eaters had attempted, but by supporting the creature's own natural magic, helping it reject the corruption and repair the damaged connections. The process was exhausting, requiring more magical control than anything I'd attempted before. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold water, and my muscles trembled with the effort of channeling such power. Finally, after what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, I felt the last corrupted strand of magic dissolve. The Ancient One's light patterns returned to their normal, rhythmic pulsing, and its thrashing tentacles calmed. I withdrew the trident, my arms shaking with fatigue. The Ancient One's consciousness touched mine once more, but this time with the ordered clarity I remembered from our first meeting. Emperor of Two Realms, it acknowledged, using a title I hadn't heard before. The darkness reaches farther than I knew. They will try again. We'll be ready, I promised, though even as I projected the thought, I wondered if it was true. We had barely repelled this attack, and only because we'd caught the Death Eaters in the middle of their ritual rather than after its completion. The one who marked you grows stronger, the Ancient One warned, showing me disturbing images of a shadowy figure drawing power from dark rituals performed in distant places. He seeks many paths back to full power. The guardian of the waters is but one. What can I do? I asked, feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of what we faced. Learn. Grow. Unite the waters and those who live above them. The Ancient One's mental voice grew fainter as it began to retreat deeper into the trench. I will heal and watch. The Founder's binding holds, for now. But return when you have grown into your full power, Emperor of Two Realms. We have much to discuss then. With that cryptic message, the Ancient One descended into the darkest depths of the trench, its bioluminescence fading until only blackness remained. Exhausted beyond measure, I began the long swim back to the surface. The trident felt heavy in my hand, and each movement required conscious effort. By the time I reached the edge of the forgotten depths, I was struggling to maintain forward momentum. Hands caught me as I faltered, Nerissa and Kelpius, who had been waiting anxiously at the perimeter. Harry. Nerissa's worried face swam into focus. Are you all right? What happened? The Guardian is safe, I managed to say before my vision blurred. The Death Eaters tried to corrupt the binding spells. He's suffering from magical exhaustion, I heard Kelpius say from what seemed like a great distance. Get him back to the village immediately. As they carried me through the water, I drifted in and out of consciousness. Fragments of the Ancient One's warnings echoed in my mind, mixing with images of the battle against the dark water construct. I awoke fully in the healing chambers of the Mervillage, surrounded by concerned faces. Mercus, Chorus, Kelpius, and Nerissa all hovered nearby, while merfolk healers worked their magic on my depleted body. Welcome back, Emperor, Mercus greeted me solemnly. You've been unconscious for nearly a day. I tried to sit up but found my body still too weak. The Death Eaters? Gone, but not forgotten, Kelpius growled. We've doubled our patrols, and Dumbledore has established additional protective enchantments around the lake boundaries. He was here? I asked, surprised. Nerissa nodded. Came as soon as he got our message. He's been taking turns with Remus, keeping watch at the surface while you recovered. I related everything that had happened in the Forgotten Depths, the damage to the Ancient One, the healing I'd attempted, and the warnings it had shared. Emperor of Two Realms, Elder Chorus mused when I mentioned the title. An ancient designation, from the earliest merfolk legends. One who walks in both water and air, commanding the magic of both domains. The prophecies speak of such a figure uniting the scattered merfolk kingdoms in time of greatest need, Mercus added. It seems the Ancient One recognizes this potential in you. The responsibility felt crushing. I was just 10 years old, not yet even a proper wizard by surface standards, still learning merfolk magic, and somehow expected to unite magical communities and stand against the darkest wizard of the age. "I can't do this alone," I said finally. "You won't have to," came a familiar voice from the chamber entrance. Dumbledore stood there, his bubble charm shimmering around him. "May I enter, Chieftainess?" Mercus gestured him in. "The Emperor has awakened, as you can see." Dumbledore approached my bedside, his expression a mixture of concern and pride. "You demonstrated extraordinary courage and skill, Harry. Few fully trained wizards could have done what you did." "It wasn't enough," I said bitterly. "They'll try again." "The Ancient One said Voldemort is growing stronger, finding different paths back to power." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed gravely. "The attempted binding of the lake's guardian is but one of several disturbing developments we've observed recently. However," his eyes twinkled slightly, "it is the only one where the attempt was so thoroughly thwarted, thanks to you and your merfolk allies." He turned to address the gathered merfolk leaders. "What happened here demonstrates the importance of cooperation between our communities. The old divisions between wizard and merfolk kinds cannot stand if we are to face the coming darkness together." "Fine words," Kelpia said skeptically, "but wizard kind has rarely shown interest in merfolk affairs except when it benefits them." "A fair criticism," Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight bow. "And one I hope to begin addressing. With your permission, Chieftainess Mercus, I would like to propose a formal alliance between Hogwarts and the Black Lake Colony, one that recognizes your sovereignty and establishes protocols for mutual defense." Mercus looked surprised but intrigued. "Such an alliance has not existed since Emperor Marinus's time. All the more reason to renew it now that his heir has returned," Dumbledore suggested smoothly. "Young Harry here provides us with a unique bridge between our worlds, one that could benefit us all in the challenges ahead." The merfolk leaders exchanged significant glances, then Mercus nodded. "We will consider your proposal formally in council. But speaking personally, I believe such an alliance has merit." I listened to the diplomatic exchanges with a mixture of hope and trepidation. An alliance between merfolk and wizards could indeed strengthen both communities against Voldemort's forces. But it also placed me squarely in the center of that alliance, a position of tremendous responsibility for someone not yet 11 years old. As the discussion continued around me, Nerissa squeezed my hand supportively. "You're going to be fine," she whispered. "Just focus on getting your strength back for now. The rest can wait." I nodded gratefully, feeling my eyelids grow heavy again as healing magic and simple exhaustion pulled me back toward sleep. Before surrendering to it completely, I glanced down at my wrist, where the trident of Marinus had returned to its bracelet form. Emperor of Two Realms. The title followed me into dreams filled with dark water, glowing creatures from the deep, and the shadowy figure of Voldemort, always just beyond reach but drawing ever closer. The attack on the Ancient One and my subsequent magical exhaustion marked a turning point in my underwater life. Word spread quickly through merfolk channels about what had happened, and within weeks, representatives from colonies across Britain had visited the Black Lake to see the Emperor of Two Realms for themselves. My recovery took time. The magical depletion I had suffered while healing the Ancient One had affected me deeply, leaving me weak and unable to perform even simple spells for nearly 2 weeks. But as my strength returned, so did my determination to prepare for whatever came next. "The Ancient One called me Emperor of Two Realms," I told Remus during my first surface lesson after recovering. "What does that mean for, well, everything?" We sat by the lakeside, practice wand work temporarily set aside in favor of more theoretical discussions while I continued to heal. "It means your path was never going to be simple, Harry," Remus replied thoughtfully. "Even before you fell into this lake, you were marked for an extraordinary life as the boy who lived. Now, you stand at the intersection of two magical traditions, with responsibilities to both. But how can I fulfill both roles?" I asked, voicing the concern that had plagued me since the attack. "When I start at Hogwarts, I'll be a full-time student. How can I be the Emperor of the Depths at the same time?" Remus smiled slightly. Your father asked similar questions when he was made head boy while also captaining the Quidditch team and maintaining his, other activities. What did he do? He delegated where possible, prioritized ruthlessly, and occasionally bent the rules of time to his advantage. Remus's eyes twinkled with memory. Though I wouldn't recommend his exact methods. This answer wasn't entirely satisfying, but it did remind me that others had balanced multiple responsibilities before, even if those responsibilities hadn't included uniting underwater kingdoms and confronting dark wizards. When I returned to the Mervillage that evening, I found Nerissa waiting with news. The council has decided to accept Dumbledore's alliance proposal, she announced excitedly. And they've scheduled your visit to Loch Ness for next month, once you've fully recovered. The formal alliance between Hogwarts and the Black Lake Colony was signed 2 days later in a ceremony that straddled both worlds, beginning underwater in the Mervillage Central Plaza and concluding on the shores of the lake, where Dumbledore represented the wizard side of the agreement. The treaty established protocols for communication, mutual defense, and territorial respect. Most significantly, it formally recognized me as the legitimate Emperor of the Depths and magical liaison between merfolk and wizard kinds, a position that would continue even after I began attending Hogwarts. This marks a historic day, Dumbledore declared after the signing. For too long, our magical communities have existed separately, sometimes in cooperation but often in isolation. Today, we begin to rebuild the unified magical world that the founders of Hogwarts originally envisioned. The merfolk representative seemed cautiously optimistic, though I noticed Kelpius and several of the older warriors maintained a healthy skepticism. Centuries of wizard dominance and occasional persecution couldn't be erased with a single treaty, no matter how well-intentioned. As my strength returned, training resumed with even greater intensity. Kelpius no longer held back in combat sessions, treating me as a warrior worthy of his full attention rather than a child to be protected. The Death Eaters will return, he said grimly during one particularly grueling practice. And they will have learned from their failure. You must be prepared for new tactics, new dark magic. My visit to Loch Ness the following month proved eye-opening. Warchief Triton's colony was indeed more militaristic than the Black Lake settlement, with regular drills, extensive armories of magically enhanced weapons, and a fortress-like central structure built into the side of an underwater cliff. We have maintained constant vigilance since the last Wizard War, Triton explained as he showed me their defenses. Unlike your Black Lake merfolk, we have no Hogwarts to shelter beneath. We must protect ourselves. I spent a week with them, learning their defensive techniques and building diplomatic connections that would prove vital in the months ahead. By the time I returned to the Black Lake, I had secured a provisional alliance with the Loch Ness colony, the first step toward the united merfolk kingdoms the prophecies described. Similar visits to other colonies followed over the next 2 months, Lake Windermere, the Western Isles, even a brief, tense meeting with representatives of the Selkies from the North Sea. Each colony had its own concerns, its own history with wizardkind, and its own reasons for hesitation about a broader alliance. You must understand, Emperor, the elder of the Western Isles colony told me, the last time merfolk united under a single leader, we were betrayed. After Emperor Marinus disappeared, wizardkind turned on us, driving us from our ancestral ocean homes. Some colonies still blame Marinus for abandoning us. I'm not Marinus, I said firmly. And I'm not asking for blind trust. I'm asking for preparedness. Something dark is coming, something connected to Voldemort. We'll all be safer facing it together than divided. Slowly, cautiously, the groundwork for a united merfolk response began to form. Not a full alliance yet, but communication channels were established, and agreements made for mutual warning systems and emergency coordination. Through it all, my dual education continued. Underwater, I mastered increasingly complex water magic and combat techniques. On the surface, Remus guided me through the fundamentals of wizard magic, ensuring I'd be prepared for Hogwarts. Your progress is remarkable, he commented during one session, as I successfully transfigured a pebble into a button and back again. You're already performing magic at a first-year level, sometimes beyond. Your ability to adapt merfolk magical principles to wizard spellwork gives you a unique advantage. Will it be enough? I asked, thinking of the Death Eaters and the Dark Water construct, magic far beyond first-year level. Remus's expression sobered. For normal Hogwarts challenges. More than enough. For what you may face outside the classroom. That remains to be seen. But remember, Harry, at Hogwarts, you won't be fighting alone. You'll have teachers, classmates, friends. Friends. The concept seemed almost foreign after 3 years where Nerissa had been my only real friend. The merfolk accepted and respected me as their emperor, but the relationship wasn't the same as normal childhood friendship. Do you think I'll fit in? I asked Remus. I'm not exactly a normal wizard kid anymore. He smiled sadly. Your father asked me the same question before our first year, though for different reasons. I told him then what I'll tell you now: Hogwarts has a way of helping everyone find their place, no matter how unusual their circumstances. My last visit to the Dursleys before my Hogwarts letter was due felt particularly strange. After months of diplomatic meetings with merfolk colonies, magical combat training, and preparations for the growing threat of Voldemort, returning to Privet Drive seemed like stepping into another person's life. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had adapted to my weekend visits with strained tolerance, having been thoroughly intimidated by Dumbledore's initial explanation of my new living situation. They asked no questions about where I spent my weekdays and made minimal efforts to interact with me during my required stays. Dudley, however, remained consistently hostile, though now tempered with fear after an incident the previous year when I had accidentally caused all the water in his glass to explode upward during a particularly nasty taunt. Still hanging out with the fish people, fish boy, he sneered during breakfast on my final visit, careful to keep the table between us. Bet they're the only ones who can stand your smell. I ignored him, focusing on finishing my meager portion of toast so I could retreat to the cupboard under the stairs, which remained my room during these visits despite being far smaller than what I was accustomed to underwater. Don't you ignore me. Dudley growled, his face reddening. I'm talking to you, freak. Dudley, enough, Aunt Petunia said sharply, her eyes darting nervously to the windows as if expecting Dumbledore to appear at any mention of my abnormality. Go watch your television program. As Dudley stomped off, I caught Aunt Petunia studying me with an odd expression, not her usual disgust, but something more complex. Fear, certainly, but also something that might have been reluctant curiosity. You look like her, she said suddenly, so quietly I almost missed it. Around the eyes. Her eyes in his face. Before I could respond to this unprecedented mention of my mother, she stood abruptly and busied herself at the sink, her back rigid with what seemed like regret for the momentary lapse. That brief exchange was the closest thing to a personal connection I'd had with the Dursleys in all my visits. It left me thinking about my parents, about the wizard world I would soon be rejoining fully, and about how my experiences underwater had shaped me into someone very different from the boy they had known. Back at the Black Lake the following Monday, I found the Mervillage buzzing with activity. Additional guards patrolled the boundaries, scholars huddled over ancient texts, and warriors practiced combat formations under Kelpius's watchful eye. What's happening? I asked Nerissa as she swam to greet me. Reports from the other colonies, she explained grimly. Disturbances in magical waterways across Britain. Dark magic signatures similar to what we experienced here during the attack. Mercus confirmed these reports in a council meeting later that day. The patterns suggest coordinated activity, testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. Our allies in Loch Ness repelled a minor incursion 3 days ago. The Lake Windermere colony reports strange currents and water contamination consistent with dark magic residue. They're looking for another way, I realized. Since they failed to bind the Ancient One here, they're exploring other underwater magical sites. That would be our assessment as well, Elder Chorus agreed. The question is, to what end? What does Voldemort hope to gain from these underwater explorations? Power, I said, thinking of what the Ancient One had shown me. He's looking for paths back to full strength. The underwater realms have ancient magic that surface wizards have forgotten or never knew. The council discussion continued late into the night, with plans made to strengthen our connections with other colonies and coordinate defensive responses. When it finally concluded, I was exhausted but too restless to sleep. I swam to the quiet cave where Nerissa and I often talked, needing space to process everything that was happening. To my surprise, she was already there, sitting quietly in the glow of the luminescent algae. Couldn't sleep either? I asked, settling beside her. She shook her head. Too much happening. And she hesitated. I keep thinking about what changes when you go to Hogwarts. I told you, I'll still be emperor. I'll still visit the village. It won't be the same, she said softly. You'll have a whole new life up there. New friends, new challenges. The Merpeople will just be part of your past. That's not true, I protested. The Merpeople are my family, Nerissa. You're my best friend. Nothing at Hogwarts will change that. She smiled sadly. Things always change, Harry. It's the nature of currents to flow, to reshape what they touch. She reached out to take my hand. Just promise you won't forget us entirely when you're learning to be a proper wizard. Never, I promised fiercely. Besides, with everything that's happening with the Death Eaters and Voldemort, I'll probably need the Merfolk more than ever. We're stronger together, that's what all this alliance building has been about. Our conversation drifted to lighter topics, memories of our adventures over the past 3 years, speculation about what Hogwarts would really be like, and Nerissa's own growing responsibilities as princess of the colony. When we finally returned to the village, I felt more centered, more determined. Whatever challenges lay ahead, at Hogwarts or in the growing conflict with Voldemort's forces, I would face them with the strength of both my worlds. The next morning, as I practiced advanced water manipulation with Mercus, a Merfolk messenger swam rapidly into the training area. Emperor, he announced breathlessly, a surface messenger awaits you at the designated point. He says it's urgent. I exchanged glances with Mercus, who nodded. Go. We'll continue this lesson later. Swimming quickly to the surface point, I emerged to find Remus waiting, an excited smile on his normally reserved face and a thick envelope in his hand. It's here, Harry, he said, holding out the envelope. Your Hogwarts letter. I took it with slightly trembling hands, examining the heavy parchment with its green ink address, Mr. H. Potter, the Underwater Palace, the Black Lake Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They know I live underwater, I observed with surprise. Remus chuckled. The magical quill that addresses the letters is quite precise. Though I believe Dumbledore made some adjustments to ensure it didn't say anything that might confuse the regular postal owls. I broke the wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest and pulled out the letter inside, reading the formal acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the list of required supplies, and the reminder that the term began on September 1st. It's really happening, I said, a mixture of excitement and apprehension washing over me. I'm going to Hogwarts. Indeed you are, Remus confirmed warmly. Your parents would be so proud, Harry. As the reality sank in, I realized that a significant chapter of my life was ending, and a new one beginning. For 3 years, I had lived between worlds, wizard and merfolk, surface and underwater. Now, I would step more fully into my wizard heritage while maintaining my responsibilities as Emperor of the Depths. Emperor of 2 realms, the Ancient One had called me. Looking at the Hogwarts letter in one hand and feeling the trident bracelet on the wrist of the other, I finally began to understand what that title truly meant. I should tell Mercus and the others, I said, carefully tucking the letter into my waterproof pouch. Remus nodded understandingly. Of course. Dumbledore would like to meet with you tomorrow to discuss arrangements for your school supplies and transition to Hogwarts. As I prepared to dive back into the lake, Remus added, Harry. Remember that no matter what challenges come with balancing these 2 worlds, you don't have to face them alone. I smiled gratefully at the man who had become a mentor and friend. I know. And honestly, after facing Death Eaters and their dark water magic, how hard can Hogwarts be? Remus's laughter followed me as I dove beneath the surface, swimming down to share my news with the merfolk who had become my family. Whatever the future held, Hogwarts classes, growing threats from Voldemort, my responsibilities as Emperor, I would face it with the strength and knowledge of both my worlds. The boy who lived and the Emperor of the Depths were now, irrevocably, one and the same. And perhaps that dual identity was exactly what was needed for the challenges ahead. Chapter 3, The Emperor's Ascension. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the grey London backdrop, belching steam that swirled around the crowded platform. Families hugged, trunks rattled, and owls hooted indignantly in their cages. I stood frozen just inside the magical barrier, overwhelmed by the sensory assault after years of underwater quiet. "You all right, Harry?" Remus asked, his hand resting supportively on my shoulder. "Yeah," I managed, though my stomach twisted with anxiety. "Just, different." Different didn't begin to cover it. My last month had been a whirlwind, gathering school supplies in Diagon Alley, properly this time, not our secret excursion for my wand, establishing emergency communication protocols with the Merfolk Council, and cramming as many human social customs into my head as possible. Saying goodbye to Nerissa that morning had been brutal. "Take this," she'd said, pressing a small shell pendant into my hand. "It's linked to water, any water. If you need to reach us urgently, just hold it in water and speak my name." I'd hugged her fiercely. "I'll be back every weekend I can manage." "You'd better," she'd replied, trying to smile through obvious tears. The Emperor can't just abandon his people for some fancy wizard school. Now, standing on platform 9 3/4, I felt the weight of the shell pendant against my chest, hidden beneath my new school robes. The silver bracelet, the trident of Marinus in disguise, remained secure on my wrist, a constant reminder of my other life. Whispers followed us as we moved through the crowd. Despite Dumbledore's efforts to keep my reappearance low-key, word had spread through the wizarding community. "Is that Harry Potter? Where's he been all this time?" "The scar, you can see it." I kept my head down, focusing on pushing my trunk-laden trolley. Remus had warned me this would happen, but preparation didn't make it less uncomfortable. We found an empty compartment near the back of the train. After stowing my trunk, Remus crouched to eye level with me. "Remember what we discussed," he said quietly. "Maintain your cover story. Only Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey know the full truth about your merfolk connection. To everyone else, I've been living with a distant magical relative for special training because of health issues," I recited. The cover story was vague enough to be believable but specific enough to discourage too many questions. Remus nodded. "And your weekly visits to the lake, part of my ongoing health treatment, supervised by Madame Pomfrey." I sighed. "I know, Remus. We've been over this a dozen times." He smiled apologetically. "Just being thorough. This is a big transition, Harry. If you need anything, I know how to reach you." I managed a smile despite my nerves. "I'll be fine." "Really?" After a quick hug, still a slightly foreign sensation after years of merfolk expressions of affection that involved gentle water currents rather than physical contact, Remus departed, leaving me alone in the compartment. I settled by the window, watching families say their final goodbyes on the platform. A strange emptiness filled my chest. I had no parents to see me off, no normal family to wave goodbye to. The Dursleys had been all too happy to sign the permission forms Dumbledore had presented them with, eager to reduce my required visits to summer holidays only. The compartment door slid open, interrupting my thoughts. A tall, red-haired boy stood there, looking uncertain. "Mind if I sit here?" he asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Sure," I replied, grateful for the distraction from my thoughts. The boy heaved his trunk inside with a grunt and plopped down across from me. "I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," I responded automatically, then winced as his eyes widened dramatically. "Blimey," he breathed. "So it's true. You're really back." I shifted uncomfortably. I wasn't aware I'd gone anywhere. Ron's ears reddened. "Sorry, that came out wrong. It's just, well, nobody's seen you in public for years. There were all sorts of rumors. Mum wouldn't let anyone talk about it, said it was disrespectful, but Fred and George, my brothers, they had some wild theories." "Like what?" I asked, genuinely curious about what the wizard world had made of my absence. "Oh, you know," Ron shrugged, clearly embarrassed. "That you were training with secret wizard warriors, or that you could turn invisible, or that you were living underwater with the Merpeople." He laughed at the absurdity of the last suggestion. I forced a laugh too, though my heart hammered. Underwater with Merpeople? That's creative. Mental, right? Ron grinned. "Fred said you'd grown gills and a tail." If only he knew how close that was to the truth, not the tail part, but I could breathe underwater as naturally as air. Our conversation was interrupted again as the door slid open. A bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth stood there, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. "No toads here," Ron replied. The girl's attention shifted to me, and her eyes widened in recognition. "You're Harry Potter." I suppressed a sigh. "Yes. I know all about you, of course," she continued rapidly. "You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?" I asked, genuinely surprised. "You didn't know?" "I'd have found out everything I could if it was me," she said. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Nobody in my family's magic at all, so it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased, of course." As Hermione continued her rapid-fire introduction, I found myself struggling to follow the conversation. After years of the measured, formal speech patterns of the Merfolk, her verbal torrent was overwhelming. "Do either of you know what house you'll be in?" "I've been asking around, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best," she was saying. "Anyway, I'd better go look for Neville's toad. You two should change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon." With that, she disappeared as abruptly as she'd arrived. Ron stared after her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it." I smiled, relaxing a bit. Ron's straightforward manner was easier to connect with than Hermione's intensity. The journey continued with Ron explaining Quidditch, which sounded both terrifying and exhilarating, the Hogwarts houses, and his large family. I contributed carefully edited information about myself, sticking close to my cover story while trying to be friendly. When the food trolley came by, I purchased an assortment of wizard snacks, all new to me, as underwater cuisine consisted primarily of seaweed variations and fish. Ron's obvious envy at my pile of treats prompted me to share, and we bonded over chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "So, where have you been living?" Ron asked eventually, the question I'd been dreading. I gave him the practiced response. "With a distant magical relative. I had some health issues that needed specialized care." "Oh," Ron looked both concerned and curious. "Are you better now?" "Mostly," I hedged. "I still need regular treatments, but Dumbledore's arranged for that at Hogwarts." This seemed to satisfy Ron's curiosity for the moment, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics. By the time the train began slowing for our arrival at Hogsmeade Station, I felt I'd made my first human friend since entering the wizard world. The transition from train to castle passed in a blur. Hagrid, who greeted me with particular enthusiasm, the boat ride across the Black Lake, which took every ounce of my self-control not to dive into and swim to the Mervillage, and finally the breathtaking first view of Hogwarts Castle. Standing in the entrance hall with the other first years, I felt the castle's magic resonating with my own, not just my wizard magic, but my merfolk magic as well. The founders had created Hogwarts with deep connections to the lake and its inhabitants, connections I could feel thrumming beneath the surface of conventional wizard enchantments. Professor McGonagall appeared, her stern expression softening momentarily when her gaze found me. We'd met briefly during my preparation sessions with Dumbledore, and she was one of the few who knew my full story. Her explanation of the houses and the coming sorting ceremony was met with nervous murmurs from my classmates. I remained calm, having been briefed on the process, though curious about which house would claim me. The great hall was spectacular, thousands of candles floating, the enchanted ceiling reflecting the night sky, for long tables filled with students. As we walked between the tables, the whispers intensified. "That's him, Harry Potter, where's he been?" I kept my eyes focused forward, drawing on years of formal merfolk ceremonies to maintain my composure. The Sorting Hat song surprised me. Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it could sing, but the actual sorting process proceeded as expected. I watched as students were sent to their respective houses, trying to gauge where I might fit. When McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry," the hall fell silent, then erupted in urgent whispers. I stepped forward, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes following my every move. The hat dropped over my eyes, and a small voice spoke in my ear. "Well, well, well, what have we here?" "Harry Potter, yes, but not just any Harry Potter. The Emperor of the Depths, no less." How fascinating. I gripped the edges of the stool nervously. "You can see that?" "I see all that's in your mind, young Emperor. Two magical traditions intertwined, responsibilities beyond your years, and courage, my goodness, yes, facing Death Eaters at 10. Difficult, very difficult." The hat continued its assessment. "Plenty of courage, I see. A sharp mind too, enhanced by those merfolk lessons. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself worthy of both your titles. But where to put you? I just want to belong somewhere," I thought honestly. "Ah, but you already belong to two worlds, don't you? The question is which house will best help you balance them. You could be great in Slytherin, you know, they would appreciate your connection to water magic." I tensed at the mention of Slytherin, remembering Voldemort's connection to that house. "Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure?" "Well, if not Slytherin, then it must be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the entire hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, with the Weasley twins yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" I placed the hat back on the stool and walked shakily to the Gryffindor table, where Percy Weasley shook my hand vigorously and the other first-years made space for me to sit. Ron joined me shortly after, looking relieved to be sorted into the same house. As the feast appeared, I confronted my next challenge, eating surface food in surface quantities. While I'd maintained my weekend visits to the Dursleys all these years, most of my meals had been underwater, consisting of lighter fare in smaller portions. The enormous platters of heavy foods were daunting. I filled my plate modestly, drawing curious glances from the boys piling their plates high around me. "Not hungry, Harry?" asked Seamus Finnegan, a sandy-haired boy who'd introduced himself moments earlier. "Just pacing myself," I replied with a smile. The feast progressed with conversations swirling around family backgrounds, magical experiences, and excited speculation about classes. I participated cautiously, aware of the gaps in my understanding of normal wizard childhood despite Remus's extensive coaching. When the discussion turned to family, I tensed. "Both my parents are wizards," Seamus was saying. "Mum's a witch, Dad's a muggle." Bit of a shock for him when he found out. "What about you, Harry?" Dean Thomas asked innocently. "Who raised you after, well, you know." All nearby conversations paused as students leaned in, eager for information about the mysterious boy who lived. "I lived with my muggle aunt and uncle initially," I answered carefully. "Then I moved to live with a distant magical relative because of health issues." "What kind of health issues?" Lavender Brown asked with wide-eyed concern. Before I could formulate a suitably vague response, Percy Weasley intervened. That's quite enough personal questions. Potter's medical history is private. I shot him a grateful look as conversation reluctantly shifted to other topics. My gaze drifted to the staff table, where Dumbledore sat in conversation with Professor McGonagall. His presence was reassuring, a reminder that I had allies who understood my unique situation. My attention was caught by a pale-faced professor in a purple turban, who was speaking with a hook-nosed, dark-haired man. As I watched, the turbaned professor turned slightly, and a sharp pain shot through my scar. Ouch! I clapped a hand to my forehead. Everything okay? Ron asked through a mouthful of potato. Fine, I muttered, the pain already fading. Who's the professor in the turban? That's Professor Quirrell, Percy supplied. Teaches defense against the dark arts. The one he's talking to is Professor Snape, the potions master. I studied Quirrell more carefully, a sense of unease washing over me. There was something odd about his magical signature, a discordance I could feel even at this distance, similar to how corrupted water felt to merfolk senses. The feast eventually concluded with Dumbledore's start-of-term announcements, including a curious warning about the forbidden third-floor corridor. As Percy led the first years to Gryffindor Tower, I found myself increasingly disoriented by the castle's complexity. The moving staircases, talking portraits, and hidden doorways were fascinating but bewildering after the logical, unchanging architecture of the Mervillage. By the time we reached the portrait of the fat lady and entered the Gryffindor common room, my head was spinning with new information. Our dormitory, a circular room with 5 four-poster beds, would be my primary residence for the next 7 years. The thought was both exciting and terrifying. I'd never slept in a proper bed on land for more than my weekend visits to the Dursleys, where I'd had the cupboard under the stairs. As my dorm mates changed into pajamas and settled in, I realized I faced a practical problem I hadn't anticipated. Years of sleeping underwater had conditioned my body to expect the gentle support of water pressure on all sides. The soft, yielding surface of the mattress felt wrong, too uneven, too dry. I lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep, listening to Neville's gentle snores and Ron's occasional mumbles. The shell pendant Nerissa had given me pressed against my chest, a physical reminder of the world below the castle that already felt impossibly distant. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were filled with swirling water and the Ancient One's warnings about darkness gathering. I woke before dawn, my body clock still set to merfolk time, with a desperate need to connect with water. Moving silently, I slipped from the dormitory and down to the common room. Finding it empty, I filled a basin from a water pitcher and submerged my hands, closing my eyes as I extended my senses into the water. It wasn't the same as being fully immersed, but the contact was soothing, allowing me to center myself and mentally prepare for my first day as a Hogwarts student. I reached for the shell pendant, considering whether to contact Nerissa, but decided against it. She would still be sleeping, and I didn't want my homesickness to worry her. Bit early for washing up, isn't it? I jumped, sloshing water onto the floor. Percy Weasley stood at the base of the staircase, already dressed in his school robes with his prefect badge gleaming. I trailed off, unable to explain my need for water contact without revealing too much. Percy's expression softened with understanding. Professor McGonagall mentioned you might need some accommodations for your health condition. I nodded gratefully, recalling that the prefects had been given some version of my cover story to explain any unusual behaviors. There's a prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor that might be useful for your treatments, Percy continued delicately. I could show you after breakfast. It's more private than the regular bathrooms. That would be brilliant, thanks, I said, genuinely appreciative. Percy nodded crisply. Happy to help. Now, since we're both up early, shall I give you a quick tour before breakfast? Might help you get oriented. I accepted his offer, and the early morning tour proved invaluable for navigating the confusing castle layout. By the time other students began appearing for breakfast, I felt marginally more prepared to face my first day of classes. The great hall buzzed with excited conversation as schedules were distributed. I examined mine with interest, noting that Fridays included a double potions session with the Slytherins. Fred says Snape favors the Slytherins, Ron commented, following my gaze. He's their head of house. Our first week of classes was a whirlwind of new experiences. Astronomy, taught at midnight from the tallest tower, was initially disorienting. Merfolk rarely observed the stars, and my knowledge of constellations was limited to what I'd learned from books during my surface lessons with Remus. Herbology proved more familiar, as Professor Sprout's descriptions of magical plants often reminded me of underwater vegetation I'd encountered. When she mentioned gillyweed, a plant that allowed humans to breathe underwater, I had to bite my tongue to avoid mentioning that I didn't need magical assistance for that. History of magic was a struggle not because of the content but because Professor Bin's droning voice made staying awake nearly impossible after years of active, physical learning underwater. Even charms and transfiguration, while fascinating, required adjusting to a formal classroom setting that felt confining after the open water training areas of the Mervillage. Through it all, I maintained my cover story, careful to make only occasional slip-ups that could be attributed to my sheltered upbringing, rather than my actual underwater life. Ron became a steadfast companion, while Hermione Granger orbited our social circle with obvious curiosity about my background. By Friday, I was mentally exhausted from the constant vigilance required to maintain my dual identity. As we entered the dungeons for potions, the damp, cool air was a welcome reminder of the lake, bringing a sense of comfort despite the intimidating reputation of Professor Snape. That comfort evaporated the moment Snape's cold eyes fixed on me during roll call. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." His subsequent questioning felt like an ambush, testing me on advanced potion knowledge no first year could reasonably be expected to have. When he demanded to know the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, I actually knew the answer thanks to Merfolk healing lessons, but bit my tongue to avoid drawing more attention. Hermione's hand shot into the air at each question, while Snape's contempt seemed to deepen with every moment. When he finally assigned us to brew a simple potion for curing boils, I approached the task with caution, aware that my Merfolk training in underwater alchemy differed significantly from wizard potion making. "You're actually good at this," Ron whispered in surprise as I carefully prepared ingredients. I shrugged. "Just following the instructions." In truth, I was applying principles learned from Mercus about medicinal preparations, adjusting for the different properties of ingredients in air versus water. When Neville's cauldron melted into a twisted blob, sending potion seeping across the stone floor, Snape's fury was terrifying. After sending Neville to the hospital wing covered in angry red boils, he rounded on me. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you?" That's a point from Gryffindor. The unfairness stung, but I kept my expression neutral, drawing on years of diplomatic training as Emperor. Showing anger would only escalate the situation. After class, Ron fumed about Snape's treatment as we made our way to the entrance hall. "Where are you going?" he asked when I turned toward the main doors instead of heading upstairs to the common room. "Medical treatment," I replied, using my cover story. "I have to see Madame Pomfrey every Friday afternoon. Want me to come with you?" Ron offered. "No, thanks," I said quickly. "It's private. I'll meet up with you at dinner." Ron nodded, though his expression showed a mixture of concern and curiosity. As he headed upstairs, I slipped out the front doors and made my way toward the Black Lake, keeping to less traveled paths as Dumbledore had advised. A small, secluded cove had been designated as my entry point, screened by trees from casual observation but with a clear path to the deeper waters where the Mervillage lay. Madame Pomfrey waited there, as arranged, to maintain my cover story if anyone happened to see me. "Right on time, Mr. Potter," she greeted me briskly. "How are you adjusting to surface living?" "It's been challenging," I admitted. "Sleeping is the hardest part, the beds feel wrong." She nodded understandingly. "I've prepared a special cushioning charm for your bed that might help simulate water pressure. Come see me when you return, and we'll arrange to apply it discreetly." After assuring her I'd return before dinner, I waited until she retreated to a respectful distance, then quickly stripped to the swim shorts I wore under my robes. The September air was cool against my skin, making the prospect of the lake's embrace even more appealing. I dove in with practiced grace, the transition to water breathing happening instinctively as I submerged. The familiar sensations washed over me, the gentle pressure, the subtle currents, the muted sounds. For the first time all week, I felt truly comfortable. Swimming rapidly toward the deeper waters, I followed the magical markers only I could sense, guideposts established by the merfolk to help me navigate between the shore and the village. As I approached the settlement, 2 guards appeared, tridents raised until they recognized me. Emperor, they greeted me formally, bowing their heads. The council awaits your arrival. There's a council meeting? I asked, surprised. My regular Friday visits had been scheduled as informal check-ins, not formal audiences. Called this morning, the senior guard explained. Messengers arrived from Loch Ness with urgent news. Concern immediately replaced my relief at being back in the water. I swam quickly to the council chamber, where Mercus, Kelpius, Elder Chorus, and other merfolk leaders were gathered in tense discussion with several Loch Ness representatives. Nerissa spotted me first, her face lighting up as she swam to greet me. Harry. Thank the currents you're here. Her formal use of my name rather than my title indicated how worried she was. What's happening? I asked, embracing her briefly before turning to the assembled council. Mercus gestured me to my place in the circle. Emperor, we have disturbing reports from multiple colonies. Warchief Triton scouts have discovered evidence of systematic intrusions in magical waterways across Britain. Triton himself, his scarred face even grimmer than usual, elaborated. The patterns match what we experienced here with the dark water attack. Small groups of wizards, operating under concealment, testing defenses and collecting samples from sites of ancient water magic. Death Eaters? I asked, automatically touching the trident bracelet on my wrist. We believe so, Elder Chorus confirmed. Though they have been careful to avoid direct confrontation since their failure here. I absorbed this information, my mind racing. Have they made another attempt on the Ancient One? No, Mercus shook her head. Your intervention seems to have secured its binding for now. But there are other water sources with similar, if lesser, magical properties. We fear they are seeking alternatives. For the next hour, we discussed the reports in detail. Maps were consulted, defensive strategies proposed, and communication protocols established between colonies. My week of classroom education seemed suddenly trivial compared to the real threats gathering in the magical waterways of Britain. We've strengthened the outer wards, Kelpius reported. And increased patrols along all major approaches to the Black Lake. But our resources are stretched thin. What about Dumbledore? I asked. Have you informed him of these developments? We sent a message yesterday, Mercus confirmed. He responded with assurances that he would investigate from the wizard side and requested we continue sharing information. As the council meeting concluded, Nerissa pulled me aside. How is it up there? In the castle? Her attempt at casual interest didn't quite mask her concern. Weird, I admitted. Everything's so dry, and there are so many people, all talking at once. The classes are interesting, but it's hard to concentrate sometimes. Have you made friends? She asked, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. A few, I nodded. Ron Weasley's pretty decent. Shares my dormitory. And there's this girl Hermione who's scary smart but kind of intense. A girl, huh? Nerissa's teasing tone couldn't quite hide a flash of something in her yellow eyes. Not like that, I laughed. She'd probably try to study me if she knew what I really am. How about here? Anything interesting happen while I was gone? Nerissa filled me in on village developments as we swam to our favorite cave. The normalcy of our conversation was soothing after a week of constantly monitoring my words and behaviors among humans. "I've missed this," I confessed as we settled in the softly glowing cave. "Missed being able to just be myself." "I've missed you too," she said softly. "The village feels different without you swimming around, asking questions about everything." We spent the remaining hours catching up, with Nerissa peppering me with questions about surface life and me describing the castle, classes, and teachers. When it was finally time for me to return to the surface, we swam back to the village together, where Mercus waited with final instructions. "Remember your communication protocols," she reminded me. "The shell pendant for emergencies, regular Friday visits for updates, and the special messenger system Dumbledore established for official communications." I nodded, already dreading the return to dry land and the constant vigilance required to maintain my cover. "One more thing, Emperor," Mercus added more quietly. "Be wary of the defense professor, Quirrell. Our surface informants report strange energy signatures around him, reminiscent of the dark water magic." This aligned with my own sense of wrongness about Quirrell, strengthening my suspicions. "I'll keep my distance and observe," I promised. After formal goodbyes to the council and a more personal farewell to Nerissa, I swam back to the secluded cove, where Madame Pomfrey waited as arranged. The transition from water to air felt more jarring than ever, my body protesting the loss of the lake's embrace. "You look better," Madame Pomfrey observed as I dried off and donned my robes. "These visits are clearly beneficial for your condition." If only she knew how true that was. Even this brief return to the water had refreshed me physically and mentally, preparing me to face another week of surface life. We walked back to the castle together, discussing the sleeping charm she developed for my bed. Inside the entrance hall, we were intercepted by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, a word please," she requested, her expression giving nothing away. Madame Pomfrey continued on to the hospital wing after a brief exchange with McGonagall, leaving me to follow the deputy headmistress to her office. "The headmaster would like to see you," she explained once the door closed behind us. "He asked me to escort you to his office directly." My heart raced with concern. Is this about the Merfolk reports? The Death Eater activities in other waterways? McGonagall nodded sharply. "Among other matters. He'll explain." She led me through the castle to a large stone gargoyle, spoke a password, acid pops, and ushered me onto a moving spiral staircase that carried us upward to Dumbledore's office. The circular room was fascinating, filled with whirring silver instruments, portraits of sleeping former headmasters, and bookshelves packed with ancient tomes. Dumbledore himself sat behind a massive desk, his expression grave as we entered. "Ah, Harry," he greeted me. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit down." As McGonagall took a seat beside me, Dumbledore continued. "I've received concerning reports from both our Merfolk allies and other sources within the wizard world. It seems our fears about Voldemort's supporters seeking underwater magic were well-founded. The council just briefed me," I confirmed. "Multiple intrusions in magical waterways across Britain. They think the Death Eaters are looking for alternatives since they failed to bind the Ancient One." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "And there have been other disturbing signs. Break-ins at normally secure magical locations, whispers of dark artifacts changing hands, and strange magical signatures detected in places long thought dormant." He leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. "Harry, I must ask, how have you been adjusting to life at Hogwarts? Honestly, now." The question caught me off guard. "It's challenging," I admitted. "Everything's so different from the Mervillage. The social dynamics, the living conditions, even the way people learn. But I'm managing." "And your scar?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Any unusual sensations?" I hesitated, then nodded. "It hurt when I looked at Professor Quirrell during the welcoming feast. And there's something off about his magical signature. The Merfolk mentioned it too. They said their surface informants detected energy similar to the dark water magic around him." McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged significant glances. "Your instincts serve you well," Dumbledore said carefully. Professor Quirrell bears watching, though I would caution you against direct confrontation. For now, focus on your studies and maintaining your cover while we investigate further. What about the merfolk? I asked. They're stretched thin with all these intrusions to monitor. I've arranged additional magical protections for the Black Lake, Dumbledore assured me. And Professor McGonagall and I will be taking shifts to monitor the grounds more closely. Your regular visits should continue as scheduled, they're essential for your well-being and for maintaining our alliance. The meeting continued with specific security arrangements and contingency plans. By the time we concluded, I felt both reassured by Dumbledore's thoroughness and burdened by the growing threat we faced. As I rose to leave, Dumbledore added, "One more thing, Harry. I believe it would be beneficial for you to continue your dual magical education, merfolk techniques alongside standard wizard curriculum. Professor McGonagall has agreed to provide private lessons where you can practice integrating these traditions safely." McGonagall nodded. "Tuesday evenings, my office. We'll focus on practical applications that won't draw unwanted attention." This unexpected opportunity lifted my spirits considerably. "Thank you, Professor. That would be brilliant." As McGonagall escorted me back to Gryffindor Tower, I felt more balanced than I had all week. The challenges ahead remained daunting, but with support from both my worlds, perhaps I could navigate them successfully. The next 2 months fell into a rhythm of sorts. Weekdays were devoted to wizard classes, homework, and cautiously building friendships with my housemates. Ron became a steadfast companion, while Hermione orbited our social circle with obvious curiosity about my background. Tuesday evenings with Professor McGonagall became highlights of my week. In the privacy of her office, I could practice combining merfolk water magic with wizard spellwork, creating hybrid techniques that drew from both traditions. "Your control is impressive," McGonagall noted during one such session, as I manipulated a sphere of water with both wandless merfolk magic and wizard charms simultaneously. Most wizards require years to achieve wandless casting of any kind, yet you integrate it naturally with your wand work. "Merfolk magic is all wandless," I explained, guiding the water sphere through a complex pattern. They focus through intent and connection to water itself. These sessions not only honed my magical skills but also provided relief from the constant pretense required in regular classes. With McGonagall, I could be fully myself, both wizard and merfolk emperor. Friday afternoons remained sacred, my time to return to the Black Lake and reconnect with the merfolk. These visits sustained me physically and emotionally, allowing me to shed the increasingly heavy weight of my surface persona and immerse myself in the familiar underwater world. The Merfolk Council kept me apprised of developments across the water networks, continued Death Eater intrusions, defensive measures implemented by various colonies, and diplomatic progress in uniting the scattered merfolk communities. My friendship with Ron deepened through shared experiences, classes, meals, Quidditch discussions, though I declined his invitations to try flying, claiming medical restrictions. When Halloween approached, however, the differences in our backgrounds became starkly apparent. "You've never had pumpkin pasties?" Ron asked incredulously as decorations appeared throughout the castle. "What about acid pops? Cauldron cakes?" I shook my head, acutely aware of my limited exposure to wizard treats. My medical condition restricted my diet. Ron accepted this explanation easily enough, but such moments of cultural disconnect accumulated daily, making it increasingly difficult to maintain my cover story. Halloween itself brought a crisis I hadn't anticipated. As Professor Flitwick taught us the levitation charm, I found myself partnered with Seamus Finnegan while Ron worked with Hermione. Their friction boiled over when Hermione corrected Ron's pronunciation, leading to a perfectly executed spell on her part and simmering resentment on Ron's. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," Ron complained afterward as we pushed through crowded corridors. "She's a nightmare, honestly." A figure brushed past us, Hermione, her face streaked with tears as she hurried away. "I think she heard you," I said quietly. Ron looked uncomfortable but shrugged it off. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." The comment bothered me through our remaining classes. I understood isolation all too well, my dual existence meant never fully belonging in either world. When Hermione didn't appear at the Halloween feast, my concern grew. The feast itself was spectacular, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats swooping overhead, and tables laden with seasonal treats. Yet I found myself thinking of Hermione, alone and miserable on what should have been a celebratory evening. My contemplation was shattered when Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore's amplified voice restored order, directing prefects to lead students back to dormitories while teachers headed to the dungeons. As Percy marshaled the Gryffindors, a sudden realization hit me. "Ron," I grabbed his arm, "Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face paled. "Oh, all right," he agreed reluctantly. "But Percy better not see us." We slipped away from the Gryffindor group, intending to warn Hermione in the girls' bathroom where a classmate had mentioned seeing her. As we hurried through deserted corridors, a foul stench assaulted my senses, like decaying seaweed and stagnant water. Then we heard it, heavy footfalls and low grunting. Ducking behind a statue, we watched in horror as a massive troll lumbered past, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin and a tiny head perched on a boulder-like body. "It's heading for the girls' bathroom," I whispered, recognizing the corridor. We followed cautiously, our concern confirmed by a high-pitched scream from within. Without hesitation, I charged forward, Ron at my heels. The scene inside was terrifying, Hermione pressed against the wall, paralyzed with fear as the troll advanced, smashing sinks with its enormous club. "Confuse it!" I shouted to Ron, grabbing a broken tap and hurling it against the wall. The troll paused, blinking stupidly, then turned toward me instead. Ron's shouted insults from the other side split its attention, giving me a chance to circle around. "Hermione, move!" I yelled, but she remained frozen in shock. The troll's confusion turned to anger. It roared, swinging its club toward Ron, who had no escape route. In that moment, my merfolk combat training took over. I launched myself at the troll's back, somehow landing on its shoulders. The creature bellowed, thrashing wildly as I clung to its neck. My wand, thrust forward in desperation, went straight up the troll's nose. Howling in pain, the troll twisted violently, nearly dislodging me. Its club came dangerously close to smashing my head as I struggled to hold on. "Ron, do something!" I shouted. Ron drew his wand, his face pale but determined. "Wingardium Leviosa." The club flew from the troll's hand, rose high into the air, then dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then collapsed with a thud that shook the entire bathroom. I climbed shakily to my feet, retrieving my wand from the troll's nose with a grimace. "Is it dead?" "Don't think so," Ron replied. "Just knocked out." Hermione was the first to speak after several shocked moments. "Is it dead?" "Just knocked out," I assured her, wiping troll bogies off my wand. Before we could say more, professors burst into the bathroom, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall's fury was terrifying as she demanded an explanation for our presence. To our shock, Hermione took the blame, claiming she'd gone looking for the troll and Ron and I had saved her. Coming from rule-abiding Hermione, this lie was so unexpected that even McGonagall seemed taken aback. When the dust settled, we'd lost points for Hermione's alleged foolishness but gained more for Ron's and my sheer dumb luck. As we walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, something shifted in our dynamic, Hermione now firmly part of our small circle rather than orbiting its edges. "Thanks," she said quietly as we reached the common room. "Both of you." This new friendship brought both benefits and challenges. Hermione's academic brilliance made homework sessions more productive, but her probing curiosity meant more careful monitoring of what I revealed about my background. My Tuesday sessions with McGonagall continued to provide relief from this constant vigilance. As November progressed, we moved from simple water manipulation to more practical applications, using water as a shield against minor hexes, enhancing standard charms with water magic principles, and developing spells that would function effectively in both air and water environments. The key is finding the commonalities, McGonagall explained during one particularly productive session. Magic responds to intent and visualization regardless of the medium. The techniques differ, but the underlying principles are often similar. This insight proved valuable not just for magic but for navigating my dual existence. Rather than compartmentalizing my wizard and merfolk lives completely, I began looking for bridges between them, ways to honor both identities simultaneously. My Friday visits to the Mervillage became opportunities to share what I'd learned at Hogwarts, while my time at the castle was enhanced by applying merfolk perspectives to wizard problems. Slowly, I was becoming the emperor of two realms in practice as well as title. The broader threats remained, however. Merfolk reports continued to document Death Eater intrusions in magical waterways, while at Hogwarts, I noticed Quirrell's increasingly suspicious behavior. During a particularly cold November Friday, I arrived at the Mervillage to find Mercus in urgent conference with representatives from 3 colonies. Emperor, she greeted me formally, your timing is fortunate. We have confirmed reports of dark wizard activity at the Sacred Pools of Avalon. The Sacred Pools, ancient magical springs connected to the underwater network but accessible from land, were among the most powerful water magic sites in Britain. What kind of activity? I asked, taking my place in the council circle. Ritual preparations, reported a grizzled merfolk warrior from the Western Isles colony. Our land observers witnessed wizards in black robes establishing a magical perimeter and conducting preliminary enchantments. The water itself has been corrupted, added another representative. Similar to the dark water construct you faced, but more subtle, a gradual poisoning rather than an immediate attack. When will they perform the main ritual? I asked. The winter solstice, Elder Chorus answered. According to our astronomical calculations, the magical confluence will be strongest at midnight on December 21st. That's during Hogwarts winter holidays, I realized. Most students would be away from the castle, providing perfect cover for whatever Voldemort's supporters were planning. We believe these rituals across multiple water sites are connected, Mercus explained. Building towards something larger than individual power gains, perhaps a coordinated effort to strengthen Voldemort himself. The council discussed defensive options, but our resources were stretched thin monitoring so many vulnerable sites simultaneously. When I returned to the castle that evening, I went directly to Dumbledore's office to report what I'd learned. The Sacred Pools of Avalon, Dumbledore mused, his expression grave. A concerning development indeed. Those waters have powerful restorative properties when used properly, or destructive potential in the wrong hands. The merfolk think all these water rituals are building towards something bigger, I explained. Something connected to Voldemort's return. Dumbledore paced his office, considering this information. I believe they may be correct. There have been other signs, disturbances in ancient magical sites, not just underwater ones. The stars themselves show patterns of convergence approaching the winter solstice. What can we do? I asked, feeling overwhelmed by the scale of the threat. Continue monitoring, for now, Dumbledore advised. I will alert trusted Order members to investigate the Avalon site specifically. As for you, Harry, focus on your studies and particularly on integrating your magical traditions. I believe your unique abilities may prove crucial when the time comes. As December arrived, bringing snow to the Hogwarts grounds and ice to the lake's edges, the castle emptied for holidays. I had arranged to stay at Hogwarts rather than return to the Dursleys, using my medical treatments as justification. Ron decided to remain as well when his parents announced plans to visit his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione departed reluctantly, extracting promises that we'd continue researching Nicholas Flamel, a name we'd accidentally discovered was connected to the mysterious package Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts. The quiet castle provided new freedom to practice my hybrid magic without fear of discovery. With most students gone, I could spend longer periods at the lake, coordinating with merfolk patrols and preparing for whatever might happen at the solstice. 3 days before the winter solstice, I was returning from an evening swim when I spotted a familiar figure limping across the snowy grounds, Professor Quirrell, moving furtively toward the forbidden forest. Following my instincts, I disillusioned myself using a hybrid spell McGonagall had taught me, combining merfolk camouflage techniques with the wizard disillusionment charm for greater effectiveness than either alone. I tracked Quirrell to a clearing where, to my shock, he met with Professor Snape. Their conversation, carried clearly in the cold night air, confirmed my worst suspicions. "Don't know why you wanted TT to meet here of all places, Severus," Quirrell was saying, his stutter more pronounced than ever. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," Snape replied, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all." The Philosopher's Stone, that must be what was hidden in the Forbidden Corridor, what Flamel was connected to. "Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet?" Snape continued. But Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," Snape interrupted, taking a step toward the trembling defense professor. I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean. Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting. But I don't, very well, Snape cut in. We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie. He threw his cloak around himself and strode out of the clearing. Quirrell remained frozen, looking more terrified than I'd ever seen him. What happened next confirmed my worst fears. Once Snape was gone, Quirrell's demeanor changed completely. His shoulders straightened, his trembling ceased, and when he spoke again, his voice was entirely different, cold, assured, almost hissing. "Fool thinks I serve him," he murmured. "The solstice approaches. Soon, the waters will yield their power, and the stone will be within reach." I barely suppressed a gasp. This was not the fearful, stuttering professor we knew, this was someone else entirely, speaking through Quirrell somehow. As he turned to leave the clearing, moonlight illuminated his face, and I saw his eyes, no longer watery blue but glowing red in the darkness. Just as quickly, they returned to normal, and the stuttering Quirrell persona reasserted itself as he stumbled back toward the castle. I waited until he was well ahead before moving, my mind racing with the implications. Quirrell was after the Philosopher's Stone, and somehow connected to the water rituals the Death Eaters were preparing. Most disturbing of all was that momentary transformation, those red eyes that reminded me of descriptions I'd heard of Voldemort himself. Racing back to Gryffindor Tower, I found Ron in the common room playing wizard chess with Seamus. "Need to talk to you," I whispered urgently. Privately. Once Seamus departed for bed, I relayed everything I'd overheard and seen, including my suspicions about Quirrell's true nature. "Blimey," Ron breathed when I finished. "You think you know who is possessing Quirrell? And he's connected to these water rituals the merfolk are worried about?" "It makes sense," I insisted. "The merfolk have been reporting dark magic signatures in water sites across Britain, building toward the solstice. Quirrell mentioned the waters yielding power, and the solstice approaching. It can't be coincidence." "We should tell Dumbledore," Ron suggested. "He's gone," I reminded him. "Left yesterday for some ICW meeting in Geneva. Won't be back until after the solstice." We debated options late into the night, finally agreeing to contact Professor McGonagall in the morning. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams filled with dark water and glowing red eyes. The next day brought unexpected complications. McGonagall listened to our concerns but remained skeptical of Quirrell's involvement. "Those are serious accusations, Potter," she said sternly. "Professor Quirrell has been thoroughly vetted by the headmaster. As for these water rituals, the headmaster is aware and has taken precautions." "But Professor," I began. "Enough," she interrupted. "I appreciate your vigilance, but this matter is being handled by appropriate authorities. Focus on your holiday assignments and leave the investigating to the professors." Frustrated but not deterred, I spent the day in the library researching connections between water magic and the winter solstice, while Ron tried to locate any reference to the Philosopher's Stone that might explain its importance. By evening, we had discovered troubling information, ancient rituals that used water sites during solstices to channel power across great distances, and historical references to the Philosopher's Stone not just as a creator of gold and the elixir of life, but as a magical amplifier capable of enhancing other spells exponentially. If Quirrell, or you-know-who, gets the stone and combines it with whatever they're doing at these water sites. Ron trailed off, his face pale. We need to warn the Merfolk, I decided. They need to know what they're really facing. That night, I slipped out of the castle under cover of darkness, making my way to the lake. The bitter December cold had frozen the shallower areas, forcing me to break through ice to reach deep enough water for swimming. The Mervillage was on high alert when I arrived, warriors patrolling in formation and civilians secured in the innermost dwellings. Mercus greeted me with surprise. Emperor, we did not expect you until tomorrow's council. There's no time, I explained urgently. I've discovered what the Death Eaters are really planning with these water rituals. In the hastily convened council, I shared everything, Quirrell's dual nature, the Philosopher's Stone hidden at Hogwarts, and the research connecting water rituals to magical amplification. They're not just seeking power from the water sites, I concluded. They're creating a network, a magical conduit that will connect Voldemort to the stone at Hogwarts, allowing him to access its power without physically obtaining it. Elder Corus stroked his beard thoughtfully. The ancient texts speak of such rituals, water serving as a carrier for magical intent across vast distances. But such workings require immense power and precise timing. The solstice, Nerissa realized. Maximum magical potency at minimum magical resistance. And with the stone as a focus, Mercus added grimly, potentially enough power to restore Voldemort completely. We must disrupt the rituals, Kelpius declared. Attack the Death Eaters at each water site simultaneously. We don't have the numbers, another council member objected. Our forces are already stretched monitoring so many locations. What about the Ancient One? I suggested. It responded to my call before. Could it help disrupt these rituals, at least the ones connected to the Black Lake network? Silence fell as the council considered this possibility. Asking the Ancient One to intervene was unprecedented, its purpose was to guard Hogwarts, not to engage in broader conflicts. It could work, Elder Corus said finally. The Ancient One exists partially in the magical current that connects all waters. If it chose to act, it could disrupt the Death Eaters' channeling attempts. But it would require someone to communicate with it directly, Mercus pointed out. To explain the threat and request its assistance. All eyes turned to me. I'll do it, I said firmly. Tomorrow night, before the solstice ritual begins. Not alone, Kelpius objected. The Forgotten Depths are dangerous even for the Emperor. I'll go with him, Nerissa volunteered immediately. Mercus hesitated, clearly reluctant to risk her daughter, but eventually nodded. The princess has the strongest water magic among our younger members. Her assistance could prove vital. Plans were formulated late into the night, coordination with other colonies, positioning of warriors near crucial water sites, and emergency protocols should the worst occur. When I finally returned to the castle in the pre-dawn hours, exhausted but determined, Ron was waiting anxiously in the common room. "Where have you been?" he demanded. I was about to wake McGonagall. I explained the situation and our plans to disrupt the rituals. To my surprise, Ron insisted on helping. "I can't go underwater with you," he acknowledged, "but I can watch Quirrell here at the castle. If he makes a move toward the stone while you're dealing with the Ancient One, someone needs to delay him." "That's too dangerous," I protested. "You'd be facing Voldemort, not just Quirrell." Ron's face was pale but determined. "You're facing Death Eaters and diving into some underwater trench to talk to an ancient monster. We all do what we can, right?" His courage humbled me. Despite knowing only part of my dual life, He was willing to stand against one of the darkest wizards in history to help me. Fine, I agreed reluctantly. But you're not facing him alone. We'll ask the twins to help. They don't need to know everything, just that Quirrell's up to something dodgy and needs watching. The winter solstice dawned clear and bitterly cold. Throughout the day, tension built as we made final preparations. Fred and George Weasley, intrigued by the mystery and always ready for mischief, agreed to help monitor Quirrell's movements, though we kept the details vague. So you want us to track a professor's movements without being seen? Fred had clarified with a growing grin. And potentially create distractions if he heads toward the third floor. George added, eyes gleaming. Without getting caught or letting him know you're onto him. Fred finished. Basically, yes, I confirmed. The twins exchanged delighted looks. We thought Christmas break would be boring. As evening approached, I prepared to return to the lake. Bundled in my warmest clothes over swim shorts, with my wand secured in a waterproof holster Mercus had gifted me, I met Ron in the common room for final instructions. If Quirrell makes a move, delay him but don't confront him directly, I emphasized. Fred and George can help create diversions. Alert McGonagall if possible. Got it, Ron nodded seriously. What time will you be back? Midnight at the latest, I said. That's when the ritual reaches its peak. If we're going to stop it, it has to be before then. We clasped hands briefly, a gesture that conveyed more than words could. Then I slipped out of the portrait hole, using my hybrid disillusionment spell to avoid detection as I made my way through the castle. The grounds were eerily still, moonlight reflecting off the snow in ghostly patterns. The lake's surface was partially frozen, dark water visible only in the center where the ice couldn't form due to the magical currents beneath. Nerissa waited at our usual meeting point, her expression tense but determined. Ready? I nodded, quickly shedding my outer clothing and placing it in a protected hollow for my return. Let's go. We dove through the broken ice, the shock of cold water momentarily stealing my breath before my body adjusted and water breathing took over. Swimming rapidly to the deeper central regions, we bypassed the Mervillage, heading directly for the eastern boundary and the forgotten depths beyond. Merfolk guards nodded solemnly as we passed their patrol lines, aware of our mission. The water grew increasingly cold and dark as we approached the trench, the familiar sense of ancient power emanating from its depths. I can feel it, Nerissa whispered as we paused at the trench's edge. The magical currents are already shifting. The Death Eater's rituals must be beginning. She was right, subtle disturbances rippled through the water, like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. The natural flow of water magic was being redirected, manipulated toward purposes it was never meant to serve. We need to hurry, I said, activating the trident of Marinus from its bracelet form. The familiar weight in my hand was reassuring as we began our descent into the darkness. Unlike my previous solo visit, this time Nerissa created glowing orbs of bioluminescent water that illuminated our path. The pressure increased as we descended, but the trident's magic protected us both from its crushing effects. When we finally reached the Ancient One's resting place, I was struck by how agitated it appeared, its massive form shifting restlessly, tentacles curling and uncurling in apparent distress. The bioluminescent patterns across its body pulsed erratically rather than in the hypnotic rhythm I remembered. It senses the disruption in the water network, Nerissa observed. The Death Eater's rituals are affecting it even here. I swam forward cautiously, the trident extended before me. Ancient One, I called both verbally and mentally. Guardian of the waters, I seek your counsel. The creature's movements paused, countless eyes of various sizes turning toward us. I felt its consciousness brush against mine, more chaotic than before but still recognizable. Emperor of two realms, it acknowledged. The waters cry out. The ancient paths are being corrupted. Yes, I confirmed, projecting images of what we discovered, the Death Eater's rituals at sacred water sites, their connection to Voldemort and the Philosopher's Stone, the impending convergence at the solstice. They seek to use the water network to channel power to Voldemort, to restore him fully. The Ancient One's response was a tumult of images and sensations, the Founders establishing the protective network of water magic, centuries of guardianship, and now the perversion of those same channels for dark purposes. The balance fractures, it communicated. What would you ask of me, young Emperor? Help us disrupt their rituals, I requested. The water channels they're using are connected to the network you guard. You have influence over these currents that we don't. The Ancient One seemed to consider this, its massive form shifting in the dark water. Intervention beyond my appointed guardianship is unprecedented. The Founders bound me to this lake, to Hogwarts. Hogwarts itself is threatened, Nerissa interjected, her mental voice joining our communication. Voldemort seeks the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the castle. The water rituals are merely his path to reach it. This new information rippled through the Ancient One's consciousness like a shock wave. I felt its deliberation, weighing ancient oaths against present threats. I cannot leave these depths, it finally conveyed. But my influence extends through the water currents. I can disrupt the channels they seek to corrupt, create interference. Relief flooded through me. That's all we ask. Just enough disruption to prevent their rituals from connecting, from channeling power to Voldemort. It will require significant energy, the Ancient One warned. Energy I may need should direct threats approach Hogwarts itself. We understand the risk, I assured it. But if we don't stop these rituals tonight, Voldemort may gain enough power to become a far greater threat to Hogwarts than anything you've faced before. After what felt like an eternal moment of consideration, the Ancient One's bioluminescence shifted to a decisive pattern. I will act at the moment of convergence. Return to the surface, Emperor of Two Realms. Your battle continues there. Recognizing our dismissal, Nerissa and I began our ascent from the forgotten depths, hope tempering our urgency. If the Ancient One could disrupt the water network, the Death Eater's solstice ritual would fail. As we neared the Mervillage, however, a merfolk messenger raced toward us, his expression grim. Emperor. Princess. Emergency Council gathering, reports coming in from multiple colonies. The Death Eaters, they've adapted their rituals, incorporated protective measures against magical interference. My heart sank. They anticipated potential disruption. In the hastily convened council, the news only worsened. Reports from merfolk observers at various sacred water sites described Death Eaters establishing secondary magical channels, backup systems should their primary network be compromised. They're learning from previous failures, Kelpius growled. Becoming more adaptable. The Ancient One can still disrupt their primary network, I insisted, but we need to address these backup channels directly. How? Mercus asked. Our warriors are already positioned, but they're outnumbered at most sites. A plan formed in my mind, desperate but potentially effective. We don't need to fight them at every location. We just need to break their connection to Hogwarts, to the Philosopher's Stone. Understanding dawned in Nerissa's eyes. The ward boundaries, where the lake's magic meets the castle's protections. That's the critical junction point. Exactly, I nodded. If we can strengthen those boundaries, create a magical barrier that their channeling can't penetrate, it won't matter what they do at the other sites. The power won't reach Quirrell or Voldemort. Such a barrier would require tremendous magical power, Elder Chorus cautioned. Then we'll provide it, I declared. A unified casting, merfolk water magic combined with my wizard training. The council debated briefly before agreeing it was our best option. Warriors would still engage at the most critical water sites to divide the Death Eater's attention, while our main effort would focus on fortifying the lake's boundary with Hogwarts. As the merfolk mobilized, I checked the time, barely an hour until midnight. Whatever we planned had to happen quickly. Nerissa and I led a group of the most powerful merfolk magic users to the underwater boundary where the Black Lake's waters met the magical foundations of Hogwarts Castle. Even underwater, I could feel the castle's ancient protections, layers of spells cast by the founders and reinforced by generations of headmasters. Here, I indicated, the trident glowing brightly in the dark water. We need to create a barrier that merges with the castle's existing protections but specifically blocks magical channeling through water. Drawing on everything I'd learned from both traditions, I began directing our combined magical effort. The merfolk formed a circle around me, channeling their water magic through elaborate hand movements and vocalized harmonics that resonated through the lake. I stood at the center, the trident in one hand and my wand in the other, bridging the two magical traditions physically and metaphorically. As I spoke the wizard incantations McGonagall had taught me, I simultaneously directed the merfolk water currents with the trident, creating a fusion spell unlike anything attempted in centuries. Power built around us, the water literally glowing with magical energy as our barrier took shape. It manifested as a shimmering curtain between lake and castle, not solid, but selectively permeable, designed to allow normal magic while blocking the specific frequencies the Death Eaters would use for their channeling ritual. As midnight approached, I felt the moment when the Ancient One acted. A massive pulse of energy rippled through the underwater network, disrupting the Death Eaters' primary channels as promised. Almost immediately, I sensed their backup systems activating, magical currents redirecting, seeking new paths to Hogwarts. Our barrier flared as these probing energies encountered it, holding firm despite increasingly aggressive attempts to breach it. The merfolk chanting intensified, their magic reinforcing our defenses as I channeled both traditions to maintain the integrity of our creation. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as we held our position against the magical onslaught. My body trembled with exertion, the dual channeling taxing my magical reserves beyond anything I'd attempted before. Nerissa moved closer, her hand on my shoulder providing additional support as she redirected currents to where our barrier seemed weakest. Then, at precisely midnight, I felt it, a massive surge of power from multiple directions simultaneously, the Death Eaters' solstice ritual reaching its culmination. Our barrier shuddered under the assault, threatening to collapse entirely. Drawing on my last reserves of strength, I thrust both trident and wand upward, channeling everything I had into reinforcing our creation. Hold! I shouted, my voice carrying through water and magic alike. For Hogwarts and the waters. The merfolk responded with a unified burst of power, their combined magic flowing through me and into the barrier. For one terrible moment, the outcome hung in balance, our defensive magic straining against the full force of the Death Eaters' corrupted channeling. Then, gradually, the pressure began to recede. The solstice moment passed, the perfect alignment fading, and with it the optimal conditions for the Death Eaters' ritual. Our barrier held, preventing their channeled power from reaching Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. As the magical assault subsided, I nearly collapsed, saved from sinking only by Nerissa's quick reflexes. My magical core felt scraped raw, every nerve ending screaming from the unprecedented exertion of bridging two magical traditions at such intensity. We did it, Nerissa whispered, supporting me as the other merfolk began recovering from their own magical exhaustion. Their ritual failed. But my thoughts immediately turned to Ron and the twins. If the ritual had failed, would Quirrell attempt to take the stone directly? Had my friends faced Voldemort while I was underwater? I need to return to the castle, I said urgently, trying to swim upward despite my exhaustion. Quirrell might try for the stone directly now. Kelpius and two warriors appeared, having concluded their defensive operations elsewhere. Emperor, you are in no condition to face additional threats. Allow us to send a messenger to the surface. No time, I insisted. Help me get to the shore. With their reluctant assistance, I made my way to the surface, every movement an effort against both water resistance and my own magical fatigue. When we reached the shallows, Nerissa supported me to the shore, where I collapsed momentarily on the frozen ground. I'm coming with you, she declared, her tone brooking no argument. You can't, I gasped. The castle, dry land, you're not adapted, I am merfolk royalty, she reminded me fiercely. Our bloodline carries stronger land adaptation than most. I can manage for at least an hour. Too exhausted to argue and secretly grateful for her support, I nodded. As we struggled into my discarded winter clothing, I noticed her silver-green tail shifting, not into human legs but into a more flexible, fabric-like form that allowed limited movement on land. Together, we made our slow way toward the castle, my magical senses alert for any sign of Quirrell or other threats. The grounds remained eerily quiet, moonlight illuminating our path toward the main entrance. Inside the castle, the silence was broken only by our labored breathing and the occasional distant creak of ancient architecture settling. No alarms, no sounds of conflict, either Ron and the twins had succeeded in their watch or something had gone terribly wrong. Where would Quirrell go? Nerissa whispered as we paused in the entrance hall. Third floor corridor, I replied. That's where the stone is hidden. We struggled up staircases and through corridors, my exhaustion making the journey seem endless. When we finally reached the forbidden third-floor corridor, the door at its end stood ominously ajar. We're too late, I breathed. He's already inside. Before I could decide our next move, hurried footsteps approached from behind. We turned to find Ron, Fred, and George racing toward us, their faces flushed with exertion. Harry! Ron exclaimed, then stopped short at the sight of Nerissa. His eyes widened at her clearly non-human appearance, but to his credit, he focused on the immediate crisis. Quirrell's gone after the stone. We tried to alert McGonagall, but, she didn't believe us, Fred finished grimly. So we tried delaying tactics, George added. But he caught on faster than expected. How long ago? I demanded. 10 minutes, maybe 15, Ron estimated. We had to dodge Filch to get here ourselves. I turned to Nerissa. You should go back to the lake. This isn't your fight. Her yellow eyes flashed defiantly. We just fought side by side to stop his ritual. I'm not leaving now. The Weasley twins were staring openly at Nerissa now, their expressions a mixture of shock and fascination. Is she? Fred began. A merfolk princess, yes, I confirmed impatiently. And right now, she's the only reason I'm still standing after what we just did to stop Voldemort's water rituals. To their credit, the twins recovered quickly. Wicked, they said in unison. The doors open, Ron pointed out, bringing us back to the immediate threat. What's the plan? Despite my exhaustion, the answer was clear. We go after him. We can't let him get the stone. You're in no condition to face him, Nerissa objected. Your magical core is nearly depleted. Which is why I need all of you, I replied. Together, we might have a chance. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. We approached the open door cautiously, and I pushed it wider to reveal what lay beyond. A massive three-headed dog lay sleeping near a trapdoor, the remains of a harp nearby suggesting how Quirrell had pacified it. The beast snuffled in its sleep, massive heads twitching as if dreaming of chasing rabbits. Blimey, breathed Ron. That's a big dog. The trapdoor's our way forward, I whispered. We need to get past without waking it. Fred produced a small flute from his pocket with a grin. Music soothes the savage beast, right? As he played a simple tune, we crept toward the trapdoor. The dog stirred slightly but didn't wake, allowing George to carefully lift the heavy wooden door. Can't see the bottom, he reported, peering into the darkness below. I'll go first, I decided, gathering what little remained of my strength. If it's safe, I'll call up to you. Before anyone could object, I lowered myself through the opening and let go, falling into darkness. I landed on something soft and yielding, a plant of some kind that began immediately to move, tendrils wrapping around my legs. It's Devil's Snare. I called up. Drop down, but be ready to cast lumos or create fire, it retreats from light and heat. One by one, they dropped through the trapdoor. Nerissa landed with unexpected grace despite her modified tail, while Ron nearly panicked as the plant began constricting around him. The twins, however, reacted instantly with synchronized fire spells that caused the plant to retreat, releasing us all. Clever security system, Fred commented as we dusted ourselves off. Each professor contributed a protection, I explained, recalling Hagrid's drunken ramblings from a visit earlier in the term. We need to get through all of them to reach the stone. The next chamber contained flying keys and broomsticks, clearly Professor Flitwick's contribution. Despite my exhaustion, years of underwater maneuverability translated surprisingly well to flight, allowing me to capture the correct key after a brief but intense aerial chase. "You're a natural flyer," George observed as we unlocked the door. "You should try out for Quidditch next year." The giant wizard's chessboard beyond nearly stopped our progress entirely. Ron took command, his strategic mind proving invaluable as he directed us through a brutal game that ultimately required him to sacrifice himself to secure our victory. "I'll stay with him," Fred insisted as Ron lay unconscious but breathing after a vicious blow from the White Queen. "Go on, finish this." George hesitated, clearly torn between staying with his brother and continuing forward, but ultimately nodded. "We've come too far to turn back." The reduced group, myself, Nerissa, and George, faced Snape's logic puzzle next. Nerissa, applying Merfolk analytical traditions, solved it with surprising speed, identifying the correct potion to allow passage through the magical flames. "There's only enough for one," she observed, holding up the tiny bottle. I looked at my remaining companions. "This is where we separate. I need to face Quirrell alone." "Absolutely not," Nerissa objected. "You're magically exhausted." "And that's exactly why I need to go alone," I countered. "I can't protect you in there. George, take Nerissa back to Ron and Fred. Get help if you can, find McGonagall or any professor except Quirrell." George looked ready to argue but nodded reluctantly. "Come on, Your Highness," he said to Nerissa. "Let's get help." Nerissa grabbed my arm. "Don't you dare die in there, Harry Potter. The Merfolk need their emperor." The intensity in her yellow eyes conveyed everything words couldn't. I squeezed her hand briefly. "I'll be careful." After they departed, I downed the potion in a single gulp and stepped through the black flames into the final chamber. The room beyond was circular, with a familiar object at its center, the mirror of Eris that I'd discovered during late-night wanderings earlier in the term. Quirrell stood before it, his back to me, turban slightly askew. "I wondered if you'd follow," he said without turning, his voice entirely different from the stuttering professor we knew, cold, confident, and faintly amused. "So predictable, Potter." "It's over, Quirrell," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Your water rituals failed. You can't channel power to the stone." Now he did turn, his face twisted in a sneer. "A temporary setback. There are other methods." My scar exploded with pain as he faced me fully, and I realized with horror that the magical signature I'd sensed around him all term was now intensifying, the same corrupt energy I'd felt in the dark water construct the Death Eaters had created. "You've been working with Voldemort all along," I said, the pieces falling into place. "The water rituals, the attacks on the Merfolk, the attempts to bind the Ancient One, it was all to restore him." "Working with?" Quirrell laughed, a high, cold sound that didn't match his physical form. "Oh, Potter, you understand so little. My master is with me always, closer than you could imagine." He began unwrapping his turban, and the revelation that followed, Voldemort's face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head like some grotesque parasite, would have been shocking if I hadn't already guessed the nature of their connection. "Harry Potter," whispered Voldemort's face, red eyes gleaming with malice. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But not for long." "Your rituals failed," I repeated, gripping my wand despite knowing my magical reserves were nearly depleted. "The Merfolk blocked your water channels. The Ancient One disrupted your network." "Ah yes, your underwater allies," Voldemort hissed. "A surprising development, the boy who lived becoming the Emperor of the Depths. Your mother's sacrifice gave you more than just protection against my touch, it gave you affinity for water magic few wizards possess." "You'll never get the stone," I declared, edging around the chamber, trying to position myself between Quirrell and the exit. Dumbledore will stop you. Dumbledore is not here, Voldemort reminded me. And I don't need the water channels now that you've so conveniently delivered yourself to me. There are older magics, Potter, blood magics that can use your connection to me for restoration. Before I could react, Quirrell's body spun with inhuman speed. A jet of red light struck me squarely in the chest, binding me in magical ropes that sent me crashing to the floor. Now, Voldemort continued conversationally as Quirrell's body turned back to the mirror, let us solve the final puzzle. I see the stone in the mirror, but how to extract it? My mind raced desperately despite the binding spell. My wand was still clutched in my hand, but with my magical core so depleted from the water ritual, any spell I cast would be weak at best. The trident bracelet remained on my wrist, but transforming it required energy I no longer had. Or did I? An idea formed, desperate, perhaps suicidal, but potentially effective. Merfolk and wizard magic operated on different principles, drew from different sources. While my wizard core was depleted, my connection to water magic, to the lake and its ancient power, remained. Subtly testing my bonds, I found I could move my fingers just enough to touch the shell pendant Nerissa had given me. It was linked to water, any water. Even the ambient moisture in this underground chamber might be enough. As Quirrell muttered incantations at the mirror, I focused on the pendant, on my connection to the water network we had so recently defended. Nerissa, I called mentally, channeling the last dregs of my energy into the magical connection. Water, need water. Whether she heard me or not, I couldn't tell. But I felt something respond, not Nerissa, but something older, vaster. The Ancient One, still attuned to the magical currents we had manipulated during the ritual, sensed my desperate plea. A faint vibration traveled through the stone beneath me, so subtle that Quirrell, focused on the mirror, didn't notice. Then, gradually, I felt moisture gathering around me, condensing from the very air of the chamber. Use the boy, Voldemort suddenly commanded. He can see differently than we can. Quirrell turned, levitating my bound form and positioning me before the mirror. Look, Potter. Tell me what you see. I gazed into the mirror, expecting to see my heart's desire, my parents, perhaps, or my two worlds united in harmony. Instead, I saw myself, bloody and battered, but standing tall with the trident of Marinus fully manifested. Mirror Harry winked at me, then reached into his pocket and withdrew a blood-red stone that he displayed before returning it to his pocket. As he did so, I felt a real weight drop into my actual pocket. Somehow, the mirror had given me the stone. Well? Quirrell demanded. What do you see? I see myself defeating you, I lied, focusing simultaneously on the growing moisture around me and the weight in my pocket. Sending Voldemort back to the half-life he deserves. He lies, Voldemort hissed. Search him. Quirrell reached for me, but the moment his fingers touched my skin, he recoiled with a scream of agony. His flesh blistered and smoked where it had made contact with mine. The protection, Voldemort snarled. His mother's sacrifice still shields him from direct contact. Use magic, fool. As Quirrell raised his wand, I made my move. Channeling everything I had left into my connection with the gathered moisture, I summoned not wizard magic but merfolk water manipulation, a desperate, primal call to the element that had become my second home. Water responded, not just the small amount I'd gathered, but a sudden gush from nowhere, a manifestation of the Ancient One's distant power answering my plea. It erupted around me, shattering Quirrell's binding spell and forming a protective barrier between us. Quirrell staggered back, shocked by this unexpected defense. I pressed my advantage, directing the water toward him in a focused jet that struck with physical rather than magical force, sending him crashing against the chamber wall. Kill him! Voldemort screamed. Quirrell rallied, casting curses that sizzled through my water shield, weakening it with each impact. I was losing strength rapidly, the borrowed power from the Ancient One difficult to maintain at such distance. In a final, desperate gambit, I lunged forward through my own water shield, hands outstretched toward Quirrell's face. If my touch caused him pain, perhaps direct contact could incapacitate him entirely. As my palms pressed against his cheeks, the effect was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell's skin blistered and cracked beneath my fingers, his screams echoing off the chamber walls. The pain in my scar intensified unbearably as Voldemort howled in fury. "What is this magic?" Voldemort's voice screeched as Quirrell's body literally crumbled beneath my touch. I couldn't answer, couldn't even think through the agony radiating from my scar. My vision tunneled, darkness encroaching from all sides as I poured the last of my strength into maintaining contact despite the excruciating pain. Quirrell collapsed, his body disintegrating into ash. A wraith-like form rose from the remains, Voldemort's spirit, freed from its host but powerless to maintain physical form without the rituals we had disrupted. The spectral Voldemort hovered momentarily, red eyes burning with hatred. "This isn't over, Potter. There are other ways, other bodies, and next time, I'll be prepared for your water tricks." With a shriek of rage, the spirit fled, passing through my body in a final act of spite that sent me crashing to the floor in unimaginable pain. As consciousness faded, I was vaguely aware of water still swirling around me, cradling me gently as darkness claimed me completely. I awoke to familiar sensations, the gentle pressure of water surrounding me, the subtle currents against my skin, and the sound of merfolk voices nearby. For a moment, I thought I'd dreamed the entire confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort. Then I opened my eyes to find myself in a bizarre hybrid environment, a magical bubble of lake water suspended within the Hogwarts hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore stood just outside the bubble, watching me with expressions of concern, while Nerissa floated beside me within it. "He's awake," she called, her voice carrying perfectly through the water barrier. Dumbledore stepped closer, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Welcome back, Harry. You've had quite an adventure." Memory flooded back, Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone, the desperate water magic. "The Philosopher's Stone," I said urgently. "Voldemort is gone, for now," Dumbledore assured me. "And the stone has been destroyed, with Nicholas Flamel's blessing." "Destroyed?" I repeated, confused. "But isn't it priceless?" "To some," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But Nicholas and his wife have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order before embracing the next great adventure. As for Voldemort, you delayed his return significantly by disrupting both his water rituals and his attempt to use the stone." I struggled to sit up within the water bubble, Nerissa supporting me. "How did I get here?" "The last thing I remember. Your merfolk friends found you," Dumbledore explained. "After Miss Granger alerted Professor McGonagall to the situation, yes, she returned early from holidays. Fortunately, a search was organized. But Princess Nerissa here had already located you through some impressive water magic." Nerissa squeezed my hand. "I felt your call through the shell pendant. We brought you directly to the hospital wing, but your condition was unusual. Your magical core was severely depleted," Madame Pomfrey interjected, "but not in the way we typically see in wizards. Your water magic remained partially active while your wizard magic was completely exhausted. Most fascinating case I've ever treated." "The water bubble was my idea," Dumbledore added with a hint of pride. "A compromise that allowed both magical traditions to aid your recovery. You've been unconscious for 3 days." 3 days? I gasped. Nerissa nodded. "The Merfolk Council has been in continuous session, and representatives from 6 colonies have arrived to hear firsthand about our victory over Voldemort's water rituals. It appears you've fulfilled another aspect of the prophecy," Dumbledore observed. "Uniting the scattered Merfolk kingdoms in time of need, as Emperor of 2 realms." The title still felt strange, a responsibility too large for an 11-year-old. Yet somehow, balancing between worlds, I'd managed to thwart Voldemort's return through that very duality. "What happens now?" I asked. Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "That, Harry, depends largely on you. Your unique position, straddling the wizard and merfolk worlds, presents both challenges and opportunities. How you navigate them will shape not just your future, but potentially the future of relations between our magical communities. We've proven we're stronger together, I said firmly. What we did, stopping the water rituals, protecting the stone, it worked because we combined our traditions, our knowledge. Precisely, Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Which is why I'm proposing an expansion of our current arrangements. Your weekly visits to the lake will continue, of course, but I'd like to formally incorporate aspects of merfolk magic into your education here at Hogwarts. You mean, openly? I asked, surprised. The entire year had been built around keeping my merfolk connection secret. To a limited extent, Dumbledore clarified. The full truth of your status as Emperor would remain restricted to those who already know, but your connection to water magic and the merfolk could be acknowledged in a carefully managed way. Like a special independent study, Nerissa suggested. Diplomatic relations between wizard and merfolk kinds, with practical magic applications. Exactly, Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall has already volunteered to oversee such a program officially. The possibilities were exciting, a chance to integrate my dual identity more completely rather than compartmentalizing my life so strictly. Yet concerns remained. What about Voldemort? I asked. He knows about my connection to the merfolk now. Won't that put them in danger? The merfolk were already targets due to the water magic Voldemort seeks, Dumbledore replied gently. Your connection to them provides protection as much as risk. The alliances you've built, the defenses you've established, these strengthen the underwater kingdoms against future threats. Over the next hour, we discussed practical arrangements for this new approach, how my studies would incorporate both traditions, how communication between Hogwarts and the merfolk colonies would be structured, and how my role as Emperor would evolve as I continued my wizard education. There will be challenges, Dumbledore cautioned. Balancing these responsibilities with normal schoolwork and social development won't be easy. But I believe you've demonstrated remarkable capacity for exactly this kind of integration. As our discussion concluded, Madame Pomfrey announced it was time for me to transition back to air breathing. With Nerissa's help and specialized charms from Dumbledore, I gradually shifted from the water bubble to normal hospital bed recovery. I should return to the lake, Nerissa said reluctantly once I was settled. The council is expecting updates. Tell them. I paused, considering my message carefully. Tell them their emperor is proud to serve both worlds, and that our victory proves what we can accomplish together. After Nerissa departed and Dumbledore excused himself to attend to the mountain of paperwork this adventure has generated, I was left alone with my thoughts. My first year at Hogwarts had barely reached its midpoint, yet already I'd faced challenges I never could have imagined when I first fell into the Black Lake as a scared 7-year-old. The door to the hospital wing creaked open, admitting Ron, Hermione, and to my surprise, the Weasley twins. He lives. Fred announced dramatically. About time, Ron grinned, though relief shone clearly in his eyes. Been boring without you causing international magical incidents. Hermione approached more cautiously. How are you feeling, Harry? We've been so worried. Better, I assured them. Still tired, but improving. George leaned in conspiratorially. So, Emperor of the Depths, eh? Fred and I have about 1,000 questions about that merfolk princess. And the underwater palace, Fred added eagerly. And whether you actually have a pet giant squid. I laughed, the sound surprising me with its naturalness. It's a long story. We've got time, Ron said, settling into a chair beside my bed. Dumbledore says you're stuck here for at least another day. Looking at their expectant faces, Ron's straightforward curiosity, Hermione's analytical interest, the twins' mischievous enthusiasm, I realized something important. My dual life didn't have to mean dual isolation. Perhaps I could have genuine connections in both worlds. Well, it started when I was 7 years old, running from my cousin Dudley's gang. As I shared my story with my first true wizard friends, I felt the walls between my worlds beginning to thin. The Emperor of the Depths and the boy who lived were merging into something new, Harry Potter, bridge between traditions, defender of both realms. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort's eventual return, the ongoing integration of merfolk and wizard relations, the normal trials of growing up across two magical traditions, I would face them with the strength of both my heritages and the support of allies from both worlds. The Ancient One had named me Emperor of Two Realms. Now, at last, I was beginning to understand what that truly meant, not division, but connection, not burden, but possibility. And as my friends listened with rapt attention to tales of underwater palaces and merfolk magic, I knew with certainty that I was exactly where I belonged, between worlds, connecting them, serving them both. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.